Audio check. Hello there. Greetings. Salutations. Happy Thursday. Happy Yoshi Day. I won't be playing any Yoshi today, unfortunately, but many people are, and I'm excited for them. Let's go over here. Boom. Here we are. Here I am, rather. There you are? Because you're wherever you are. You're not here. Can't say here you are. That's a strange phenomenon. We're in the same place, but we're also not in the same place. So you're both here and there. While I am only here. Or am I there where you are? I'm overthinking this. Anyways, hello. It's Thursday. It is day 8 of .hack Outbreak. Did that rhyme? 8 and break? Not really. We're going to have some stuff to recap today from last time. There's a full page of notes from last time that we played, from last week. And we're going to see what happened and what's in store for today. But otherwise, in other news, we are voting for a new Tuesday game. I did not finish Pokemon Coliseum on Tuesday. We did some valiant attempts on what we perceive to be the final boss, but I don't know for sure. And just ultimately had to come to grips with a 15 level gap was insurmountable with the tools that we had. So we had to just start doing some grinding. So spent most of the stream on Tuesday just leveling up, talking, etc. And then I did a bunch more leveling up off stream, which I completed last night. Happy to say, because it was very boring. Just fighting the same Coliseum over and over and over and splitting the experience. So all of our Pokemon are at level 55 now. So still under-leveled from the boss's team. The boss's team is all at like 60, 61. But I think it would be too easy if I leveled everybody up to 60, plus it would take that much longer to do the grinding. So we're going to attempt it at 55. If I'm not able to make it happen at 55, I bought some revival herbs, which are max revives. And we can definitely get it done with, 10 Pokemon versus 6, essentially, or whatever it needs to be. I'm not going to do that on the first probably 2 or 3 attempts. But if it really still seems just like completely out of reach and broken, then we'll use the revives to try to avoid doing any more grinding. If that is the final fight, we will be finishing the game next week. But this week, we are picking the next Tuesday game, regardless of however long it takes to finish Pokemon Coliseum. So, if you're in the Discord, make sure you have voted by the end of this bonus stream on Sunday. Because yes, there is a bonus stream this Sunday that we unlocked a few weeks ago. The lady will join me Sunday afternoon, 12 Central, to continue Locomotive. This is... I gotta always make sure I enunciate it properly. Smashy, welcome in. Nice to see ya. But yes, we've had a lot of votes come in for the new Tuesday game poll. Thank you so much to everyone who's voted already. We've had kind of like record high participation, so thank you. Participation in the last couple of game polls has been really, really good. And it's very, very helpful. Because in the early days, a lot of these polls were not super definitive. And therefore counterintuitive. Because the whole idea behind the polling system is to take the onus off of me as much as possible to decide what game we're playing next, and to give y'all as much agency as possible. And in the early days, it didn't always work out that way. Or people would try to do the chaos play and make it like a 3-way tie, and then I end up just having to pick a game anyways. But like the last handful of game polls that we've done have all been very good, high participation. So thank you to everybody who's gotten in there and voted, especially like early vote as well. I sound like a political activist. Early voting is extremely important, but it is. I get it. After spending time as a Twitch streamer picking games in Discord, I now see the value of early voting. No, that's a joke. I've always seen the value. That's what I mean. The 3 options on the poll are a Pokemon challenge run with a custom rule set, specifically a custom Nuzlocke called Boys Lock, of Pokemon Black, which is Generation 5. I have Boys Locked Generations 1 through 4 so far. 1 and 2 I did with Vaughn on YouTube back in the day. We did Red and Crystal, and then I Boys Locked Generation 3 Emerald and Generation 4 Platinum on stream in previous years. So Generation 5 is next in line. It is a completely vanilla version of the game that we would play on my original cartridge, on a capture modded 3DS. There's no quality of life, modding, hacking whatsoever involved in this challenge run, if that's the sort of thing that you are or aren't looking for, because Pokemon stuff just runs the gamut. All of the rules and everything are completely self-imposed, but it's fun because it's self-imposed rules, but also like chat-influenced decision-making is kind of the impetus behind a lot of it as well. So picking names for Pokemon, and then also like having kind of open discussion about like which Pokemon we want to use or commit to for a team. What move do we use in a certain situation? It's very conversational in a way that typically my first playthroughs aren't. So if that's something that you've wanted out of the stream, or that you like in other streams that you don't get from this stream, it can happen in a Boys Lock. So that's option number 1 on the poll. More information in the Discord if you want to know like what a Boys Lock is. I'm not going to talk about it if people don't specifically ask me. And typically, historically, when we've done them on stream, most people don't care about the fine details of the rules, which is totally fine. I'm usually just kind of out on an island spinning my wheels, talking about math or something, and everyone's just like, do the next gym fight already. So, but people are voting for it, so you're going to get what you're going to get. Option number 2 on the poll is a brand new game that actually just released today, Happy Yoshi Day. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book just came out today. I won't be playing it today, but I will be playing it as soon as I get it, which I don't know when that's going to be yet. But I figured I'd toss it up as a stream game. We don't often play brand new releases on stream unless a new Zelda game comes out or a new Pokemon game comes out, and we like derail the schedule for like a week or whatever to check it out. So I figured I'd offer that up because I'm going to be playing it anyways. I'm hyped. I want to play it. I'm very excited about it. It looks awesome. Very, very excited about what they're doing with it. And the third option on the poll is to play back-to-back the N64 quirky 3D platformers Chameleon Twist 1 and 2, which are kind of too short on their own to be a series. So I figured I'd offer them up as a bundle deal, kind of like how we did with the Star Fox games and the Kirby Dream Land games a while back. So that's what we're voting on. You've got today, tomorrow, and Sunday streams to be reminded about the poll. Obviously, I don't need to be live for you to vote. You just need to be in the Discord. But the end of the Sunday stream at roughly 4 or 4:30 p.m. Central will be when we close the poll. Before we raid out of that poll, or before we raid out of that stream, I'll announce what the new Tuesday game is going to be. Even though it won't be starting next week, because we still have to finish Pokemon Coliseum. But we're going to close the poll this week, so I can't stress that enough. There's a good amount of votes in there already, but if you haven't voted, you got to vote this week. Don't wait. Also, shout out to voting for games in Discord, because you can do a lot of really funky things that you can't do on like straw poll or like a more traditional voting platform. You can unvote if you changed your mind or want to remove your participation entirely. And also, in the case of like a 3-game poll, which is the most common scenario for us, rather than voting for one specific game, you can also vote against a specific game by voting for the other two, which has happened in the past, where it's like, oh, I don't really care what Austin plays next, but this one particular game I really don't like, or I don't think is going to be a good fit, or I want to dodge spoilers, or whatever it might be. You could vote for the other two. So I really like using Discord for the polling. I know it's slightly not advantageous for certain people, because certain people might want their choice to be anonymous. And it's not anonymous, like something like straw poll would be, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. There's no like controversial answers. It's like, oh wow, Smashy voted for Chameleon Twist. Uh-oh. What does that say about Smashy? Uh-oh. Looks like we won't be going to those streams anymore. We got a Chameleon Twist supporter. All votes are valid votes in my Discord polls. So, I don't think we need to be anonymous for anything. Is there anything else I need to talk about? Not really. I found somebody to do a 3DS controller mod for my capture modded system, which I'm very excited about. I don't know when I'm going to be able to afford it. It's not that expensive, but, you know, when you don't have a job, things are different. I have to, like, save up for it with my allowance, because I get an allowance now that I'm a jobless stay-at-home dad. So I will be doing that at some point. If Boys Lock ends up winning the poll, it's unlikely that I would be able to get it before that, because it probably has a pretty long turnaround time. And then I wouldn't really be able to conceivably do it during the series. Like, it's not like I could, like, stream Boys Lock on a Tuesday, ship the thing out, get it modded, and have it back by, like, the next Tuesday. Plus, I'm gonna need to, like, grind offline, which I guess I could use my DS Lite or a different 3DS for. But, yeah. If I don't get the controller mod done before this series, it's definitely not happening until after. But it will open up DS and 3DS games for stream polls, which have kind of not really been a thing because of the discomfort. Like, I'm pretty sure the only DS games that we've streamed are Pokemon Platinum, when we did Boys Lock 4, and then when I did my first playthrough of Spirit Tracks in, like, 2021. I don't think I've done any other streaming from the captured DS. I mean, I did like one stream of New Super Mario Bros. As like a one-off thing, but and maybe like one other thing here and there, but that's it. That's it. So there's a ton of RPGs in my 3DS and DS backlog that could be on Thursday, Friday polls, as well as a couple of non-RPG things that could be for Tuesday polls. And there's a lot of interesting, weird, obscure, cool stuff in there. So that would be really fun to have that opened up. But I really don't think I would want to do it without the controller mod. That'll just make it really nice to have it be fully consoleized. And I'm going to make a stand for it so that it can be like in the frame, maybe like right here or something. I don't know. I'll have to play around with it and figure out exactly where it needs to go. But I want to put it somewhere where I can actually reach the touchscreen comfortably and use the touchscreen if it's required. And also just like to reference the two screens. And then also so that people watching the stream can see the system and see that we're playing on hardware. Because I think that's cool. But not me holding the system and then you just looking at the top of my head. Because that's uncomfortable for me and boring for you. That's about it. That's about it. playing the show at the end of July in Minneapolis. If you're going to be there and you want to get tickets, I guess I'll put the link in the chat for you here. I'll talk more about that when it gets closer. Hopefully we'll have a graphic. Oh god, Infinite Bot Loop, shout out! Shout out, dude, that's amazing. Chat's popping off today. No idea what you just said, Smashy. I'll fix this in just a second. Did it finally stop? I think it finally stopped. After a while, it like finally figures it out. It's like, oh, this isn't good. That was the most powerful self-promo I've ever done. Yeah, the problem with some of these commands is like you want it to have a bunch of aliasing and have it like read for different words, but then it will read the same trigger word from the actual command after it goes off. So the command will trigger itself, is basically what's happening. Hunter, welcome in. Garrett, welcome in. Draconics, welcome in. Sorry for the massive text wall. Although it's kind of hilarious that it possibly summoned you. Because I can tell it to ignore my account, which is very easy to do. But then I can't go into chat and type the command to make it happen. I have to like be like, somebody type it. So I guess I have to just toggle that one back to that setting so that that doesn't happen. Or otherwise I'd have to like make a duplicate of the account and have like one that basically points to the other. That just seems so silly. But anyways, scroll up if you want to get tickets to the Bit Brigade show in July. We'd love to see you there. It's going to be great. That's all I got. No new news on the prize wheel. The prize wheel is still what it is. Yellow wedges are still paused until my shoulder recovers. No ETA on that. I haven't done any redesigns yet. I still have to think of one more orange wedge and flesh out the idea I came up with for the other that I needed to. So I'll let you know. Bonus stream this Sunday at noon. That's going to be the last day to vote for the Tuesday game in Discord as well. So I think we've covered it all. Let's go ahead and go over to the game. Let's pause this. And let's go like this. Like this. There we go. So we're going to recap what happened last week in .hack. And then jump right in. We are currently in a what I like to call a funnel. We're in a story funnel, where basically the optional content is temporarily all done, and there's only one place to go. Or like if you're in a dungeon and there's 3 paths, and you've explored 2 of the 3 paths, and they were both like dead ends with treasure chests, you're now funneled. You have one thing to do. Basically, if a list of tasks narrows down to 1, that's funneling. That's when I'll use that term. I don't know if that's necessarily a widely used thing. I don't know if other people say that, but that's become something that I have said a lot when playing games. What are you looking at, Gobi? Gobi was just staring very intently at this one particular spot on the floor, like there was a bug or something, but I don't think there's anything there. We're gonna load. I shouldn't have turned my notebook yet. We're gonna turn the page, Bob Seeger. We're going to slot 4. Level 66 now. We're such big gamers. Alright, and here we are at the desktop with our recap music. We've got some mail to check after we finish our recap here. So, the very first thing that we did last Friday, a lot of stuff happened a week ago today, like on the Thursday stream last week. I'm not going to recap that again, but we did a lot of story content that day. That was the day that we fought Kubia and got a bunch of lore dump. And I got a little bit confused about Kubia, but then that got cleared up on the previous stream last Friday, which I will recap for you now. So the first thing that we did was we actually did a side quest for this party member, Moonstone, that is our least used party member. He's another twin blade. He's kind of like a palette swap of Sora from the anime. Same like outfit and like hair and stuff, but like totally different colors. It wouldn't get mixed up for Sora, but it's like, oh, they look the same. They're the same class or whatever. Even though our character's a twin blade and doesn't look like other twin blades. We finished that, and then we prepared to go to Netslum, where we were expecting to meet with Leos and Helba, because Black Rose had left this like cryptic, subliminally messaged post on the board. And she's like, oh, I'll post this and they'll know to meet us there, or whatever. And we got there, and then Leos is there, and he's like, mwahaha, Helba won't be here because I deleted the post. Tips Fedora. And, but she shows up anyway, because, she's Mother. She knows everything. She's a badass. And Leos is flustered and angry, like he always is. I think it was nice that they did that though, because they're clearly trying to establish that Leos is like really trying to there's a couple things happening. It feels like he's trying to curry favor with the party because we're using this like illegal item and we're spreading the virus and making the game worse. And so if like Leos can prove to us that he is like influential and powerful and maybe right about some things, then maybe we'll like come around to some of his opinions. It kind of feels like maybe Leos is trying to make that happen. Like he knows that we think he's a cop and that he's not cool, right? And he's trying to figure out if there's a way that he can maybe like bridge the gap. And obviously from our perspective, closing Helba out of the conversation is probably not the way to do that. But maybe from his perspective, that's like the best thing that he can come up with. Because he's like, oh, well, they don't think I'm cool because Helba's more powerful than me. So I need to try to find a situation where I can like one-up Helba, and they'll be like, oh, he does have some like abilities or whatever. So there's a little bit of that going on. But then there's also just like a petty rivalry, he's like the rule upholder lawman in the game. And he is like opposed to Helba, who's like the hacker. And she's like, the outlaw, right? And he's the sheriff kind of thing. So he wants to like impress upon us that the rules will win, because that's what he wants to believe, and that's what he wants us to believe, because he wants everybody to play by the rules, because that's like his job, basically, is to make people play by the rules. Yo, what's up, SNES? Hell yeah, dude. That'll be awesome if it wins. I forget, do you do the thing where people can like add more weight percentage to like a specific wedge of the wheel to like make it more likely to win? Or like, I forget how your wheel works. Like, can people like add the same game to the wheel multiple times? Or is it just like every game is on the wheel once? It's like a weighted thing, right? For yours? Okay. So the slice keeps getting bigger. Okay, yeah, I might have to pop in and see if I can inflate the mutation wedge as well. Spread the virus, if you will. So anyway, after Helba shows up and flusters Leos, Kite starts kind of pleading to Leos, and he's just like, look, just work with us. Oh, sorry, SNES. Automod is like, is this a link? It's so hard to talk. I always type out the word dot when I'm talking about this franchise in people's chats, because like it's like the worst game title to try and type in a Twitch chat. Oh, Tales of the Abyss is the other frontrunner. Very nice. That's a good game too. I'd like to replay that someday on the PS2. I have it on the PS2, but the only version that I've actually played through and completed was the 3DS version. I liked Abyss a lot. Abyss is what really solidified the like one of like the big Tales tropes for me of having like a really insufferable, annoying main character that has so much going on, and like you have like you're like so rewarded for your time investment. Obviously, I'm not gonna say anything because you haven't played the game, but like there's like a classic thing that seems to happen to a lot of people with certain Tales games, where they're like, oh well, I don't want to play this game because I don't like X character, but Tales is very much like, well, no, just keep going. Like, you're like always rewarded if you can just keep going and finish the game, because there's so many. They're such long games, and they have so much time to develop characters in a way that other games don't. But I feel like you need that person there to tell you, hey, it's okay that you feel this way. It's normal, but it's worth it if you can push to the end. Symphonia doesn't have that problem, in my opinion, or at least for most people that play it. It is an incredibly long game, which I would also like to play again someday. I still have my old GameCube save file, and I could play New Game Plus, which would be really fun. That would be like the best case scenario for a New Game Plus. I like get to carry stuff over, but I don't remember like hardly anything other than like the broadest of strokes. So that would be pretty cool, but I don't know when the heck I would do that. It's such a Herculean game. You think you would enjoy the combat of Abyss more? Interesting. Yeah, the backlog is never ending. Hell yeah, brother. I was telling... I think this is in Eris's chat the other night, or maybe last night. Time is a blur. Where I was admitting that like a Tales game might be in my near future. I was like, I'm warming up to the idea that maybe on like an RPG poll soon, TM, you know, probably not the next one, but like maybe the one after that might have Tales of Vesperia on it. And maybe I'll talk myself into getting the 360 version instead of the remaster that I have or something. After I do some homework and see if there's a case to be made there. Because I already own the remaster. And I haven't heard any discourse TM about it like I have about Symphonia, where it's like, well, maybe only play the original. I haven't heard that about the Vesperia one, but I also haven't dug into it. You want to try Berseria too? It's wild. Tales has to have the record for like most number of games in a franchise that I own that I haven't played. I own Xillia 1 and 2. I own Berseria. And I own, what is it called? Where is it? Hearts R. Grace's F. None of those have I played. I own all of those games and I've never played them. Tales of Xillia 2 on PS3 is still in the plastic. We were recapping. Sorry, I got really sidetracked there. It is a huge series, yeah. And I do like them, and I haven't played them I haven't played one in a long time. The last Tales game that I played was probably Tales of the Abyss on my 3DS in like 2013. Pretty sure that's the last time I played a Tales game. So, it's been a minute. Okay. Kite tries to convince Leos to work with us. But he's like, I won't work with hackers, you know, because he's a cop. He says, but then he's like, I'll only work with you and Helba if we go to this specific dungeon that I specify, and then you are able to obtain a virus core from an enemy without using your data drain. Which is like a really weird and specific thing for him to suggest. Like, in a way where he's, like, maybe he's trying to, like, create a trolley problem, or like an impossible scenario, where he's like, oh, like, it's like a pig's fly type thing. He's like, oh, well, yeah, if you can train your legs so strong that you can jump across the Grand Canyon, then I'll join you. You know, it's like he's trying to do that. Because data drain is the exact method by which we obtain virus cores. So he's kind of like, you know, like, I don't know if I was supposed to think in that moment that he was suggesting something that was actually impossible, or if he was trying to imply that maybe that is possible and we're using like a shortcut and he wants us to do it like the real way or the hard way or something. But Kite agrees, and Black Rose is like, what? Like, you can't do that. Like, she's kind of coming from the mind that it's not possible. And he gives us his location, and we go there. We get to the bottom of the dungeon, and of course there's a data bug, which is the enemy with like the green cyber scales all over it, that we would typically have to use data drain on to even be able to damage. But we are actually able to defeat this bug without using data drain. You know, it does the protect break thing, and I could have used data drain. It wasn't like grayed out or anything, so I was really curious, like, if I use data drain here, does it just like give me a game over or something, you know? But I didn't test it. And then we defeat the boss, and we don't get a virus core from it. And then Leos is like, I made it up. He's like, I contrived this data bug. It's not a real data bug. I was just testing you to see if you would, you know, cut the corner, I guess. So we get kind of frustrated with him. And apparently him and Helba had like a wager going about like whether or not Kite would succumb to using data drain on the fake data bug. And Helba won the bet, assuming, you know, that she knew that we wouldn't do it, and we would like keep true to our word, I guess. Or maybe that we would detect that it was a fake. And so Leos kind of grumbles about having lost the bet. Helba reveals that CC Corp is losing support from investors because of the growing number of like anomalies that are affecting the real world that are kind of like rumored to be tied to, or there's like slight evidence that they might be tied to the world, because there's like these rolling blackouts that are affecting hospitals and schools and like really, really serious stuff that has like life-threatening societal implications. So naturally people are like, we're gonna stop investing in this video game because it might be causing some infrastructure issues in cities from like this virus that's somehow able to like jump from like servers to servers, which is such a like amazing concept for someone to think of for this premise. Like a computer virus behaving like a traditional like biological virus where it can jump. So yeah, the anomalies are like starting to be a little bit more concretely tied to the world. And then Helba tells us that according to an inside source at CC Corp is planning a self-sabotage operation where they're gonna make it look like some hackers and like domestic terrorists broke in to CC Corp and like destroyed a bunch of their servers because they're like outraged about the virus or whatever. But they're going to like make this whole thing up and orchestrate it just so that they can be like, oh, we need more investors, which is like really wild. Very, very conspiracy theory type of stuff. Very, very evil. And then after we kind of talk through everything, Leos like relents and he's like, okay, I'll help you. You know, he kind of gives some conditions, like he's still a employee of CC Corp. He's like beholden to a lot of specific things, but he like he basically sees that like we're not just like you know, disruptors. We're not just people who are trying to cause trouble. Like, we have a very specific kind of concrete goal that we're working towards. We want the best for the game, you know, because like, yes, we're trying to like revive friends who are in comas, but also like we want to just play this video game that we're in, you know, like that's in there too, which is very funny and wholesome. Then we got out, we did some item management, we shopped, and then we got another location that we needed to go to, and we're immediately stopped in our tracks because we needed to farm some more virus cores to get in there. So we went and did that. That actually went really, really quick. Then we went to the dungeon that we were told about, and this was a board rumor. There was a rumor on the board that was like, oh, there may be some information related to the comatose players in this dungeon. So we like immediately went there. We got to the bottom of the dungeon. We fought a really, really standard milquetoast boss. And then Kite is like, was this rumor false? Or like, were we sent here for other reasons? Like, is there somebody like observing us? Maybe somebody like posted that as bait and then like wanted to see like which players signed into it. Like maybe there's somebody like Leos that's trying to find out who these players are, hackers are, you know? And it's like, oh, well, whoever signs into this area is going to be on like our little watch list, you know? So something like that might be going on. And that was where we finished off. We finished this like dud wild goose chase kind of quest. We're going to check our mail here and see if there's anything significant, but otherwise, we just have like one story destination to head towards right now. You're in the same boat as me, Hunter, with the Tales games? That's reassuring, I suppose. That's like you for Trails, Draconics. Interesting. Yeah, Trails is one of my imprisoned icebergs, where I've decided this franchise is too big. I might like it. There's stuff about it that I probably would like, but it's just too big, and there's not enough time for me in this universe. So I'm just going to lock it away and just say no. And the Trails is in Iceberg Jail, and Persona is /SMT are in Iceberg Jail until further notice. And I guess Tales was kind of like on probation from Iceberg Jail for a little while. And it's like, you know, maybe getting out on good behavior soon. All right, let's check our mail. Oh, it's from Balmung. The World. Subject line, The World. I believe the world is a completely separate world. What's considered embarrassing in the real world can be done in this other world without giving it much thought. Okay, so he's just trying to say, like, the video game world, we can, like, be ourselves or whatever. Okay, I like bringing up Orca, so we'll give him this response. Oh yeah, Ease is also in Iceberg Jail. Yep, Hunter, that's another one. Ease is in Iceberg Jail for me. Phantasy Star is kind of in Iceberg Jail for me too, but I could they're still on trial, I guess. They're in what's it called where you keep delaying the sentencing? Abatement? I don't think that's right. I could turn around on Phantasy Star. I want to give Phantasy Star another shot. Courts and Recess on that one. All right, we got a board post here. Girl, re-girl, strange guy. These are all old ones from previous volumes, which it's really cool that this stuff is still here. So this is like how we originally discovered Aura. This was like the first post where someone's like, I saw Aura. And obviously they don't know that it's Aura. But this is cool. It's like other random players being like, oh yeah, I saw her here. And we're kind of like on the trail of Aura and Skaith. So cool. It's really nice how this kind of exists now as like a paper trail for the stuff that I did a long time ago. So here's somebody coming back to this thread. Some other player like remembered this thread on the board and was like, oh, I just saw this character and I remember people talking about this on the board. And they go try to like look up the thread or whatever so they can post in it. Because you can actually see the really, really small text next to these post titles have dates, which is so cool. I think they're kind of bogus because they're not actually in like linear order. So maybe it's not worth looking at. But yeah, it says November 2nd, 2000. Or maybe it's February 11th, I don't know. Purgatory, yeah. There was a mysterious room also in this one. It's protected now, but I've seen it before and wrote it down, so I'm pretty sure. But what the hell is it? Is it something they forgot to erase? Okay, so a protected area where someone saw Aura. Or they're not necessarily saying they saw Aura there, but they're saying there was a mysterious room there. And they're posting it in a thread that was about Aura sightings. So we've got Resonating False Grasslands. Mysterious room. And then I'm also going to write Aura thread. And then we highlight in blue for board. And then we'll put a little checkbox here in case we don't do that area for a while, so that we remember that we haven't done it. Okay. Anything else on the board? Nope. All right, we're logging in. Yeah, a lot of people say that Phantasy Star 4 is amazing, and I believe them based on the people that are telling it to me. But there's such a divide on like, oh, you don't need to play 1 through 3 first, versus, oh, you absolutely need to play 1 through 3 first, or like, oh, you gotta at least play 1 and 2, you know, or whatever. And so it's like, okay. And I'm so not a Sega family gamer. Like, I have no nostalgia for like the graphics or the sound chip or any of like the little bells and whistles, like nods or things like that. Because I didn't ever have any of it. So I'm just coming to it from a complete outsider perspective. And I don't love the way that the Phantasy Star games look versus like other 16-bit games, 8-bit and 16-bit games. Whoa, forgot about that screen. But it's definitely worth a revisit. It's been a long time. I tried Phantasy Star 1 and Phantasy Star 4 cold in the past, but it was like probably over 10 years ago, and it was on an emulator, obviously, which it would be now too. That's the other thing, is I don't have a way to play those games on hardware, which kind of bothers me, and I'm not getting a Genesis. If somebody like gifted me like an analog SG and like a flash cart, sure, you know, I'll just throw the whole library on there or whatever, mess around with it, but Otherwise, that's never gonna happen. I'm not gonna buy that. I'm not gonna buy any of that stuff. What do we got here? So that is one thing. What was the other thing that we had? I thought we had one other thing that we could do besides the level 70 area in Lambda. Wait, is there another one in Lambda we can go to? You were a Mega Drive guy, but you don't think you ever had an RPG on that console? Interesting. Yeah, I just, like, it's just never clicked for me. Like, I've spent a decent amount of time with Dreamcast, because I have a close friend who is a huge Dreamcast friend, and we used to play a lot of Dreamcast stuff at his place. And it just never clicked with me. He's also a huge fan of, like, the Master System. He's super nostalgic for the Master System with, like, the cards and the quirky, cursed box art and everything. And it's just never clicked for me. I actually had a Genesis in the past, and I ended up shipping it to somebody who's, like, a modder / restorationist, and they, like, fixed it up and gave it to their nieces or something, which is, like, awesome. It's way better than it just sitting here with me. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just such a Nintendo guy. Because, like, a Sega Genesis, in comparison to, like, even in comparison to, like, a Super Nintendo, it just felt so cheap. Like, the build quality, it felt like a toy versus, like, a machine to me. And maybe that's just me. And I hate the controller. I really hate the Genesis controller. I guess we don't have another thing that we can do, so we're just gonna go here. We'll party up. We're gonna do story party here, because I perceive this to be a story mission. I'm not anti-Sega, though. Let me make that clear. I'm not anti-Sega. I just have no, like...
I'll handle it.
I have no feelings for them, you know? So, and I have no desire to, like, cultivate feelings for them. Obviously, if I had just, like, infinite money, you know, I would get, like a FPGA Genesis or something, and, like, get the full library or whatever. Get a nice, like, aftermarket controller. Okay, so we need a G, 3 H's, and then we have an I, and then R is, like, the story core. Okay, so we don't need to grind an I, but we need to grind 3 H's and a G. We need 1X virus core G and 3X virus core H. Okay. And we have kind of like a designated area that we've gone to for these. I'm actually going to disband my party because we will be too strong. And conveniently, the default 3-word combination here, bursting past over Aquafield, has been our go-to place to farm G and H. Just so because we know, like, specifically which enemies to look for. These floaty scorpion guys are the ones that drop H, because somehow it's considered a medium-sized enemy. I gotta put some buffs on. This is a little dangerous. And the regular data drain seems to be more useful. So shout out to that worm model. It's so funny. Alright, I'm forgetting how to play the video game here. get our buffs back on, or on for the first time. Yo, Vashi, welcome in. How's it going? Hope you're doing well also. The death.
Mandragora! Mandragora!
We need to find a place where we can get Twilight Onions. Installing Linux. Whoa. Are you like a new convert to Linux? Are you like a new Linux user, or are you like a long-time Linux user who's just setting up a new machine? Where are my portals at? As a lifelong Windows baby, Windows kid, any other operating system is terrifying to me. Okay, these little wizard guys are our target for Virus Core G. Let me go ahead and grab this. Came back to it since the specific distro is compatible with everything that you have. Interesting. Well, props to you for being, like, bilingual in that way. My father was a window. That's wild. Oh, these guys are so annoying. Because they just run away, and then they freeze me in place with magic. I'll do it to you then. So yeah, even these little guys, by myself, I'm like kind of too strong for them. No, you. It is kind of cool that when I'm frozen in place by their magic, I can just click magic. There we go. There's kind of a sweet spot for being able to data drain. Fire Drake Bone? Oh, here comes my boy. We got the first ad break coming up already. Oh, what did Automod grab? Oh, just a swear. Welcome in, Retro Power Hour. Sorry. Automod doesn't allow me to push that through, but I see your message. You are welcome here. Nice to see ya. I just have a family-friendly chat, that's all. Nothing personal. It's okay. I don't shy away from swearing in my waking life necessarily, but okay, there's our first H. Awesome. I have a lot of friends IRL friends that watch me that have young kids that might be in earshot of the stream, so that's all. Just try to be respectful of them. That's our first core, H core of 3. I'm just gonna make a little tally there because I'll probably forget. But yeah, no problem whatsoever. How's it going today? Maybe these guys can give me G-Course too. I don't know if I've even tried it. Okay, gotta be careful here. If I die, it's a game over. They're about the same size as the little wizards, so I would imagine that they can give me G-Course. Oh, and there goes the ad. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, 30 more seconds. Just finishing some almonds. Waiting for the ads to end. There we go. Just in time for a mini game. Now I gotta wait for this to be able to be paused. There we go. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for waiting. Hey, there it is. We got our Virus Core G. All right, cool. We don't need to fight any more small guys. Now we're just looking for the dragonfly dudes. Flying scorpion things. Come here, you dumb bat. Yeah, there's no shortage of great retro streamers on this website. If you need any recommendations, Retro Power Hour, let me know. I wouldn't call myself an exclusively retro streamer, but I'm heavily retro leaning. Oh, I need to put my healing back on before I get dead. Oh, no you don't. Oh, no you don't. I'll take this. And then we run away. I don't want to fight that annoying wizard. He should eventually give up. Okay. Now I can put my healing and stuff back on. This one. Also, my attack boost is probably about to run out. But maybe not. Not all the buffs have the same duration. There's a couple. Okay. Oh god, this is a lot of enemies. This is kind of scary. And we've got the wizard man back there. AoE magic time. This guy's called Maxwell? That's really silly. Physical defense is debuffed. I gotta watch out for that. We've used data drain too many times, and so bad things can happen. Come on, give us another H. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. We got 2 H's now. We need 1 more. Oh, God, I hate this guy. Actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and drain him. Maybe we can get another G. Nice. Because I'm sure we'll need some more. We've needed quite a few. I'm sure we'll need more. Alright, now we can put Apcorf back on. I'd really like to figure out what, like, resets the out-of-control counter on data drain. I can't figure out what it's tied to. If it's real time, if it's in-game time, if it's like a certain number of loading zones. Oh, nice, we got a full heal from that one. Sometimes good things can happen. I feel like it's usually bad, though. Come on, we got 1 more. Maybe we can get... I'll get rid of these guys first. They're actually pretty strong. Maybe this last enemy will give us an H. Wouldn't that be something? Well, we almost got it all in one go. We can just go down into the dungeon. There's more of these guys in the dungeon. What's down? My magic attack? That's fine. Oh. Oh. Not our guy. Buff time. Oh, here's our boy. Are you gonna save us from having to go in the dungeon? Nope. Wiggly. What an amazing name. Me if I was a worm. Call me Wiggly. Please, Mr. Worm was my father. Oh. It's only you. Maxwell. Not me if I was a little goblin. Alright, we're going in. Oh! Oh! Hello, another miasma wyvern. And another Maxwell. Come on. Dang. So many stone solids. We have like a billion of those. Don't accidentally open the trap chest. Oh, I never noticed that bird flying around. That's kind of neat. Alright, in we go. As soon as I get the H core, I will just sprite Ocarina out. No plans to actually complete this dungeon. So all the items in here are going to be pretty junky. I'll grab all the ones that are in my way, though. There it is. Yes, there it is. All right, there's H. Awesome, we're out of here. Yeah, this is .hack. This is .hack. This is volume 3 of the first set of games. So Infection, Mutation, Outbreak, Quarantine, sometimes called IMOQ, or IMOQ, is like one experience that's all like connected together but released as 4 separate SKUs. But it's essentially just a 4-disc RPG that was released episodically as like a marketing tactic. But they were very smart to do it that way, because if they had done it all at once, it would have been outrageously expensive to buy, because there's an anime DVD in each one. So they either would have had to just not do that, or charge people an arm and a leg for an 8-disc RPG set. So they were definitely smart to do it the way that they did it. I mean, I guess maybe, I haven't looked at how actually large the game data is for these. Maybe they could have fitted on 2 DVDs. Just because it's 4 discs separately doesn't necessarily mean that it couldn't have all fit on less than 4. Who knows? It's worth checking. That'd be interesting to see. Now we can do story stuff. So let's summon our party and then we'll save. But yeah, I'm actually resuming a first playthrough that I started like 13 years ago. Power Hour. I owned the first game, Infection, for a long time. Back in the day when it was new, and I don't remember if I had it for a long time, but I remember thinking it was really cool, but it was like way over my head. Like the lines were definitely blurrier with like the simulated MMO thing. So I was like there was so much suspension of disbelief of like my preteen self that it was like, oh, am I like playing this with other people? Which is really cool, and I'm sure is what they were going for with like younger people playing the game. I think we're gonna save in slot 5 here, but just to be sure, yeah. So I didn't get very far in it back in the day, and at some point I must have like traded it in to get some other game, because I didn't have like money at that time. So the only way for me to get games was to like sell games that I currently had, which is sad. There's a lot of stuff that I traded away during that era that would be really cool to still have. Most of it I've recollected. But later on, I borrowed part 1 from a friend, and I was like, oh, I was like at their house, like looking at their game collection. And I was like, oh, I remember this game, it was so cool, what a great concept. I'd love to play it someday. And they're like, oh, you can borrow it. And I was like, oh, okay. But I didn't have any of the other ones. And then I collected the other 3 parts right when GameStop was getting rid of PS2 stuff. I worked for GameStop at the time, and my manager was a collector, so he like helped everybody in our store kind of like amass and collect the PS2 stuff that we wanted before it was like completely phased out of the system. This was in like 2012, maybe 2013. we might have a cutscene here. Or we'll probably have a cutscene here. After I put my cores in. But that was how I ended up getting the 4 parts. And then I actually felt like, oh, now I can, like, actually play this. Like, I don't want to play part 1 when I only own part 1, and then get, like, really hooked on it, and then, like, just not have a way to keep going, you know? So once I actually had all 4 of them, I was like, all right, let's do this. And then something happened right around the time that I finished part 2 and was going to start part 3, the one that we're playing right now, because it was just, like, a very... positively tumultuous, busy time in my life. And so, ultimately, the playthrough took a sideline, and then I was trying to, like, find the right time to get back to it, and then I started streaming. So, here I am, 13 years later, finally resuming my first playthrough of the series. Okay, no cutscene upon arrival, and then a very familiar face here. There's a very scary guy behind me. We got kind of ambushed here. Normally I would, like, put the buffs on. These guys are really strong. Let me tell them to attack while I do a little bit of item. But yeah, it feels good to be back. I really love this era. There's something really cozy to me about just, like, a repetitive dungeon crawler from the PS2 era. I spent many, many hours playing the 2 Dark Cloud games, and a decent amount of time playing Infection, just kind of like wandering around. So I find it very cozy and nostalgic in a way that's probably really boring and not exciting to most people. This guy is so annoyingly strong. Yeah, having the like interesting relationship with the game obviously bolsters the experience. And the game itself has so much lore as well, so we got a lot going for us. Have like no SP. Yeah, that's totally valid, Hunter. It was that was definitely a huge barrier for this franchise. Is like you had to be able to afford it because all these games came out within like an 18-month period. They weren't that far apart. The first one came out, I think, in like summer or fall of 2001, and part 4 came out in like spring of 03 or something like that. It was like a pretty short window. And like, I'm sure it was also very hard to explain to parents at the time, you know, in a way that certain video games often were. But yeah, it's literally the same game. Like, it's a 4-disc RPG released in installments. There's no question about it. It's not 4 separate games. Like, your save progress carries over, the story's continuous. There's really no other way to, like, interpret it. That's not even, like, a reductive take. It's literally the same game. And yeah, I don't remember, like, if these launched at like full retail price compared to their other games, or if they were slightly below, but I'm sure they probably did release at full retail price. Especially since they came with a DVD as well. So even if it's only like, you know, 75% of the length of a video game at the time, by someone's perception, it still came with a 30-minute movie on DVD that could have also easily sold separately for, you know, $20. So there's pretty much no world where these weren't full retail price when they came out. That was close, Balmung, you almost died. These guys have death. Yeah, I'm sure they were full price. it would be shocking if they weren't. Although that would have been a marketing tactic all its own, for sure. But they were cheaper then than they are now, that's for sure. Because, man, that was a small print run on 3 and 4. You bought them secondhand at the time. Interesting. That's pretty fascinating, actually. Buying games secondhand even in like the mid-2000s was not a robust industry and was not very multifaceted. Yeah, same here, Hunter. Like, I didn't have a job. Even as like a teenager that like maybe could have worked at a couple places, I didn't have a job. But especially like, you know, before I was like 16, I obviously didn't have a job because I couldn't, even if I had wanted to. And so the only way I could get games was with like, you know, gifted money from like birthdays or Christmas, or selling games that I already had, or just like catching my mom at like the exact right time, you know. But I was very much like a, you know, middle to lower middle class kid that very much had been trained to not ask for a lot of stuff. We talked about this in a previous stream. Like I learned very quickly that I would actually get more stuff if I asked for less stuff. So I very rarely asked for stuff because it was usually counterintuitive. But yeah, I would beat a game and then trade it into the like Blockbuster game store wing that they had back in the day. And then use that money to like buy another game. And I remember doing that actually with Tales of Symphonia. We were talking about Tales of Symphonia earlier. I remember just getting Tales of Symphonia like pretty close to when it came out and just flying through it because of how like into it I was. And then getting really enticed by the idea that I could trade it in for like almost full price to get something else. So I like couldn't resist. You know, I traded in Tales of Symphonia for like $45. You know, and then I was able to like get like a free game basically. And that may have been how I got Star Ocean 3. I don't know, because that was like right around the same time. I don't remember exactly the order of operations there. Or maybe that was just another game that I got and then traded in. But I remember, I can picture myself in that old store at the counter with the copy of Star Ocean 3 in like the super sick, shiny outer box that I unfortunately don't have anymore because a dog ate it. Jesus, these guys are strong. Yeah, doing the smaller print run of the later entries is like a very common business practice for like a lot of reasons. But it's also possible that like they did that based on some data from the first couple of SKUs. You know, like they probably just they had to pick an arbitrary number for the first one, and then they could kind of like look and see how that did, pick a number for the second one, see how that did, pick a number for the third one. So they probably kind of felt like they were like honing in on the size of their player base, and maybe it wasn't necessarily like, oh, we got to cut our losses. It's just like, oh, well, there's not 5 million people that have latched onto our IP, unfortunately, you know. So let's not make an absurd number for the fourth final one, because like more people are gonna play the first one and then maybe decide they don't like it, you know, or maybe they play 1 and 2 and they get sick of it. Like it kind of makes sense, even from like even if you choose not to interpret it like in like an evil capitalistic way. I feel like it kind of makes sense. But it's definitely a bummer in present day where we live now. Oh, wrong person. Yeah, that would be awesome if I had that level of data, Power Hour. That would be so cool. I wish I had like a better like chronicle of like when I got and played certain games, because I don't like, especially like pre like 2010, like 2009 or so, like there's not even really a way for me to like suss that out. I have to just guess, which is like a fun activity, but it's like impossible to be definitive, you know. But I guess it's good to like go through those mental gymnastics to like try to stay sharp. I can't hit this guy. But yeah, the fourth one jumped way up in price because there was less of them than the others. And now it's in the cosmic realm of PS2 games. I was very fortunate to get it when I did, in the way that I did. Because I think in like 2012 or 2013, when I was rounding them up via the GameStop system, I think even then, part 4 was like probably around $100. So it was an expensive game, and it was not a fun one to go after. Maybe it was like 80, but an $80 game in 2012 felt like a $400 game feels now. You know, which is interesting to think about. But you know, the GameStop system price was still like $19.99. It's just nobody had them, right? Because if you saw it for that price, you'd scalp it or whatever. But we managed to find them, which was really fun and cool. And all I cared about at the time was the discs. I was like, I don't care if it has the manual. I just want it to have the game and the DVD, because I want the DVD, and I want it to be in like decent condition. Like I didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. You know, it's like I'm getting it for $20. We're jumping through a lot of hoops to make this happen for me, and you know, also have it be like above board in the eyes of the company, because we weren't supposed to do that. You know, you weren't supposed to use the system in that way to get things for yourself, but obviously, you know, like, screw GameStop. We knew the proper channels to take and not take for it to be in good standing. But obviously, in retrospect, it would have been really cool to have got it like really, really complete. So my copy of 4 is actually technically just the game discs, or the game disc and the DVD. The cover art is a reprint that I had done, and I don't have the manual, and I just sourced an OEM 2-disc PS2 case after the fact, because those aren't too difficult to find. But the other 3 parts are all like original. But I don't think I have the manual for part 2. I think I only have the manual for part 3 and part 1. Or maybe only part 3. I know I have the manual for this one, though. Oh yeah, I bet it was way worse in PAL. I mean, it's always worse in PAL, unfortunately. Yeah, same thing happened to Xenosaga too, with the print run. So part 1 is like not too bad, part 2 is like kind of painful, and then part 3 is just like cosmic. And that one I did not get back in the day. I really wish I would have. I wish I would have got the Suikoden's and the Xenosagas when I collected those dot hack games back in the day. But at the time, I didn't care that much, and you know, it's hard to see how much stuff is going to skyrocket in the future. Oh, this guy boosts his attack. I never noticed that before. That makes a lot of sense. That's part of why he's hitting so hard. He's multi-hitting really fast, and he has Apcorv on. So yeah, I paid out the butt for Suikoden 3, 4, 5. Well, mostly 5, and a little bit 4. 3 is not expensive, really, still. It's not that bad. And paid out the butt for Xenosaga 3. 1 and 2 were still pretty reasonable when I bought them, but not 3. I don't have to clear the field like this, but whenever we have a dungeon where the field is like all kind of like normal enemies that don't have physical tolerance that I can just attack, I'll always clear the field for the sake of leveling up. If it's an annoying field, I'll just go straight into the dungeon. Yeah, I have a couple of games actually with aftermarket cover art, some of which I have replaced over the years, but I still have a handful. Oops. It would be really nice if you could just press X on the chest to use the fortune wire. $60 for all 3. Very nice, Vashi. Yeah, that's awesome. That's what they should cost. Alright, what do we have to throw in the spring here? We got a whole bunch of stuff here. Oh. Spectre Blades. I don't think we've looked at these before. I should take a look at those. Alright, they're decent, but definitely not better than what we've got. Fire Drake Bone. This looks unfamiliar too. I don't know if we have this. Ice Leg Mail. This looks really good, actually. Oh, but it's heavy. Okay. Still good, though, for a heavy character. We could give it to one of our folks here. How come? Also, I forgot to say hi to Jem. Jem did the Ron Burgundy earlier, and I didn't say hi to him. Hi, Jem. Thank you for Ron. Thank you for your skepticism. Maybe I'll throw one of these in there, because I have 2... Or no, I have a Sword Master and a Heavy Blade. There's so many sword classes in this game, it's easy to get them mixed up. Alright, hold on. Let me look at this sword really quick. So yeah, that's actually stronger than my current sword by a few points. got good magic. But we lose App Corv and Life Drain. Which, honestly, Skill Drain is probably better for me than Life Drain. Life Drain is really nice. But all these other properties that go down is not good. Like, that's a ton of magic evade to lose. 10 magic evade. 1 magic point for attack and accuracy. That's fine. Physical accuracy minus 13, though, or 12. That's not good. And physical evade minus 6. Not great. Because this is a rare weapon. That's why it's so hard to top, even though it's only level 19. The elemental resistances going down across the board sucks, but it's not as big of a deal. Yeah, we'll throw the Spectre Blades in and see what happens. Because we got 3 of these.
Was it a golden axe you dropped?
No.
Or was it a silver axe?
We're gonna always tell the truth here.
What?
Sometimes it gets better, sometimes it gets worse.
Let's see, then is it this?
What do you got for us,
See you later.
Monsois? Or no, this is Grandpa. Monsois is the blue one.
All right. This item is way better than before.
Okay. Shin. Interesting. Let's take a look. Okay, so we got magic attack, jump, physical attack, jump, but pretty much everything else goes down. The accuracy is actually 1 point worse. Evade's the same for both columns, actually. The elements are slightly better. It doesn't have skill drain, which sucks. Having 2 different elements is interesting. That's kind of nice. We could finally graduate from Thunder Dance for the Goblin races. We could level up to Storm Rage or Splinter Slash. I have no idea where I got Blades of Bond. I got Blades of Bond somewhere in Volume 1 or 2 13 years ago, because we started this playthrough with them from my old save file. I have no idea where they came from. I didn't take notes when I played games back then, so I have no record or recollection of how I got anything other than like the Goblin items, because I know that I did the Goblin races for them, but if this is like a super, super hard item to get, I don't know. I might have gotten it from a spring, you know, just like a lucky, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'd love to know where I got it from, but I don't know if there's a way for me to figure that out. Oh, man. It would be really cool to have 6 more attack points. Like, that's a lot. 6 attack points is a lot. But I still don't know if this is worth it. Like, App Corv is a big deal. Life Drain is a big deal. And 1 magic attack point is not. The elemental resistances are important. So, yeah, I don't think this works. I think we'd have to, like, throw this in another spring and hope that it keeps getting better, you know? Like, this would almost be better with the skill drain. Because these skills are good, too. And everything else is pretty negligible. Interesting. Alright, time to go in the dungeon. Oh, after we put App Corv on Balmung. Because, yeah, not only does App Corv probably make up the difference on a lot of these incremental attack stats for these weapons, but it also boosts my whole party if I, you know, diligently keep it on. everybody's rig same is about to expire, so I'll give Black Rose a second to recharge that. There we go. And in we go. Have you played these games, Vashi? Can't remember if I've actually asked you that before. Sorry if I have. I never, like, these games are so niche, I never know if people just, like, remember them or if they've actually played them and are, like, familiar with stuff. You have played them, okay, cool. I need to figure out how to sort my items. I mean, that's a grammatically correct comma. So maybe that's why you did it. Yeah, get cornered, you little menace. You haven't played these, Smashy? I could see you getting down with these. You have very high stamina when it comes to, like, repetition and tedium in a similar way that I do. I don't know how into, like, narrative analysis type stuff that you get, though. That is such an unhinged message without the context that we know each other. Eris. How you doing? We were talking about RBF in Eris's stream last night, and Eris insisted that I don't have RBF when I'm very much a person that, through my lived experience, feels like I must have RBF. The number of times that people would ask me if I was okay, and I'm just standing there, thinking that I'm making a totally normal face. Or when, like, I would think that I was smiling to something that someone said, or, like, for a picture, and then, like, the rare occasion where somebody would, like, comment on the fact that I wasn't smiling, and I'd be like, wait, yes I was, but, like, it was so slight to them. Like, they expect a smile to be this, like, big cheesy affair, and for me it's just like a subtle thing. Like, well, of course I was smiling. And they're like, no you weren't. You know, like, yeah, I wasn't, like, you know, doing, like, a completely forced Shirley Temple smile. But that's, like, smiling. That's the bottom threshold for smiling for some people, apparently. He's literally frowning in your wedding pic? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure like wedding photos that I'm in, I'm probably like, this is how I smile. This is like, I'm happy. Like, I'm beaming. Me beaming RN. You know? And people are like, oh, why don't you smile? And it's like, oh, why don't you get punched in the face? Happy for you meme? Yeah, exactly. Wait. AppCore, okay. Yeah, I was always the kid that got, like, criticized for, like, not reacting enough when I was, like, receiving gifts or, like, exciting news, you know? Like, my parents always wanted me to, like, pop off to know that they had, like, done a good job. And I would have to, like, convince them, like, no, I like it, I'm happy. You know? And they were just never satisfied. And, like, other family members, too, you know? It was very difficult. Because then it like, further incentivized me to not react. Because it's like, well, even if I do react, it's, like, not enough for them. And I was always, like, hyper aware, even as, like, a 7-year-old, You know, like, oh, well, I don't want to react harder than I actually feel because they're gonna know that it's not real. You know? Like, I was thinking about all that stuff, even as, like, a wee lad. Oop, wrong item. And then they're just like, oh, he's shy. He's so quiet. It's like, no, I just... y'all just don't get me. So I'm like, emotionally distancing. Because I don't know what else to do. Yeah, exactly. Inner voice screaming. I was the kid that didn't know that not everyone had an inner voice, and was very confused until I was like a teenager. Like, wait, you guys aren't thinking about how you're like a soul piloting a giant fleshy Gundam all the time? And they were like, no? What? You think about that? It's wild how long a child can like operate under an assumption and not have it dispelled or like reconciled or clarified in some way. That was me on like so many things. There were so many things where it was just like, oh, this is a thing that everybody does or deals with or thinks or whatever. And like operated under that assumption for like decades, only to come to find out, no, that's just you, or like you and a very small subset of people. You have to be like, oh. You thought it was you thought it was made up, Eris? You thought inner voice, like inner monologue was made up? That's so wild. Oh, that's not real. That's just a Hollywood thing. Yeah, and that also happened to me with like visualizing. You know, like 5 years ago, people started posting that meme where it's like the 1 to 5, and there's like the apple on one end of the spectrum, and then the other end of the spectrum is like a gray circle, you know? And it's like what I see when I think about an apple. And I was like, wait, everybody's not a 5? What? That was mind-blowing. That was mind-blowing to me. I was like, y'all don't see the apple? Not everyone's watching movies in their head? What? I was really embarrassed about that one, because it's like, oh, well, of course when you're like a kid, you know, you don't know stuff like this. But like, to be like 30 years old and still thinking that like everybody has an inner monologue and can like photographically see things in their brain that aren't in front of their eyeballs, I was pretty embarrassed. We gotta kill this thing immediately. It's so strong. I hate these ones. They look like the aliens from Majora's Mask, but like not as wide. Yeah, let's all be embarrassed together. Normalize being embarrassed. People need to be embarrassed. And like little like micro doses of shame. Like they have in like every developed culture besides America. Yeah, and be able to laugh it off. That's an important caveat. Being embarrassed is cringe, though. Yeah, exactly. Nah, bro, dig your heels in and be wrong. Way cooler. Being wrong in front of the bros, not cool, bro. FR, FR. Damn it. Just throwing in a no-scope. That's wild. Very 2013 of you. Yeah, see, these guys suck. They really suck. I'm glad we've converted over to the 800 HP healing items, though. We're finally wealthy enough to stop using the 400. We sold so much junk from our item storage that we're now able to afford the Rafflecopter. Okay, now we're in like 2008. We're jumping all over in our time machine. We're getting closer to the .hack era. God, these guys suck. That was a nice spell, though. That was great. Oh, no, you don't. That enemy sucks, especially when there's 3 of them at the same time. Frost Solarite. I don't know if we've seen that one yet. Yeah, there's like 2002 forum speak in this game, which is such an amazing time capsule to have. Because the board posts that are written by the other players, they talk like, you know, middle schoolers and early high schoolers talked in 2002 to try to like immerse you, and it's so cool. Obviously, for certain people playing, they would just be like, "What is this?" or "It's cringe." But for me, who actually was on the internet talking like that at that age, it's very immersive. Not that I like really necessarily want to talk like that or see talk like that. There were actually a couple of times where we've encountered stuff that's like outdated language that's problematic that we don't use anymore. That was kind of surprising, but you know, that was also 2002. We point it out, we move on. I actually forget what it was. Green Call? What the heck is Green Call? Is that a scroll? We'll get rid of... What will we get rid of? Let's get rid of this. The Crucible of Gamer Talk. What a powerful expression. We're about to get hit with an ad. See if I can finish this floor, maybe. One that felt old even for its time was Off the Chain. That's an interesting one because I feel like it kind of borders into like AAVE. Which is always, like, a complicated one for me. And, like, I always feel like I want to err on the side of, like, that's not for me. But it can be very delicate, depending on, like, your friend circle and, like, the zeitgeist. Like, oh, well, certain things might be more acceptable than others. That's a weird one. But I'm usually just kind of I'll just completely posture myself on the outside. I think these guys are weak against water since they're fire. So I'll try to hit them with some water stuff. Since we can hit them all at once. But I know what you mean, Smashy. I know what you mean. Like, although I think that could be a little bit anecdotal as well, because there's that thing that happens with like pop culture, specifically like pop culture vernacular, where like once it enters the mainstream, it's already gone. You know, like you know, by the time that like millennials start hearing and adopting like 6-7 or like whatever it is, it's like, oh well, that must be super old now, you know. So it could have actually been like that. Like if you weren't in a circle where people were saying that, and the first time you heard it was in like a movie, you know, it's like, oh well, that's probably pretty old and cringe by this point if it's made it into a movie. So you might not be that far off, depending on when you actually started hearing that. God, these guys suck. Okay, I like forgot that we were still in a battle. Balmung's dead again. Oh, you weren't a fan of Pwned? That's so funny. Pwned was like a plague in my friend group. We could not stop saying Pwned. We were all over that. We would also say owned, like we said both. Balmung, stop dying, bro. Please. Kill this thing. Alright, get rid of this stupid little orb wizard. Okay. Whew. Alright, we're about to get hit with the ad, so I'm gonna step away now. We didn't quite finish this floor, but that's okay. P-owned? No. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. P-owned is completely out. We have to extricate that immediately. That's a tumor that needs to be excised surgically. Post-haste. Alright, I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. Vote in the Discord poll if you haven't yet. We're voting for a new game to play on Tuesdays. We haven't finished Pokemon Coliseum yet, but we might this coming Tuesday. But the poll to vote for the new game closes at the end of this week, at the end of Sunday's bonus stream, because there's a Sunday bonus stream. See you in a few. Whoa, game guy. This is rare. You don't see this very often in normal party mode. What's up, Manu? Well, there you go. Daisy lost. Does that make you feel better? I didn't see how she did in the last minigame because I wasn't here. Yes, it does. All right, there you go. Back to the game. The game that we're playing and not the game that computers are playing. Okay, are we good? All right, let's get everything back on. Oh, she threw for her team. I see. That's a party foul. Mario Party foul. You ever have a burp that's really tasty and you're embarrassed or afraid to admit it? Couldn't be me. Also, shout out Draconics for the Mario Party redeem. We have a channel point redeem where you can pick aspects of the configuration of the Mario Party that we set up for ads each day. And it doesn't happen very often. But we actually have one for today. Draconics redeemed Mario Party on Tuesday. Picked a level, picked 2 characters. And that's what we got for today's ad breaks. At least once a month you have a burp that is good tasting, but you keep it to yourself because people will think you're weird and gross. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, burps are kind of cute if you think of them as like a taste memory. It's like, oh, that was a good meal. Thank you, burp, for reminding me. I hadn't thought about it in like 2 hours. Yeah, it makes it kind of quaint, right? That's right, I did eat that. That is what that tasted like. A burpery. Oh yeah, definitely not always tasty. Sometimes burps are just like, ah. Sometimes they're vile, and sometimes they're just like whatever. Especially like a beverage burp, you know, it like doesn't really, might not taste like much of anything. In some cultures, I think it is polite to burp. Like to show your enjoyment of the meal. I couldn't tell you what culture that is, but I feel fairly confident in that assertion. Oh, these guys are so annoying. They just run away. Some wizard. You can just hear them like just die already. Black Rose saying what we're all thinking. Wow, that is an incredible quote, Vashi. I'd rather burp and taste it than fart and waste it. That is the most dad-coded limerick I've ever heard. Unbelievable. I'm gonna have to remember that one. Not to like adopt as my own, but just like to chuckle about. And maybe share with others for them to also chuckle about. Oh yeah, that's a good assessment there, Manu. That is probably, that's a good, if that's not the impetus behind it being perceived as a complimentary gesture, that's a nice little link to kind of explain. Because yeah, that's essentially what burping is. It's just you ate too fast. Or drank too fast. No, Smashy. No. I actually didn't grow up with too many of those from my dad in comparison to others. And I don't know if that's just like part of like what makes my dad different, or because like if it has something to do with like the fact that my parents were separate and my dad was single. Like not a single dad, like my mom, both parents were in my life, but like single as in not married. Because a lot of the like stereotypical dad things I associate with the like stereotypical ask your mother dad, where like the dad doesn't really take anything super seriously when it comes to parenting because he ultimately feels like he's not in charge and everything's up to Mom. So it's his, like the role that he has fallen into is to be like the clown. But that was not how my dad was, because I had two parents who had like different ideas about like what I should like know and not know, or do and not do. So they were very like activated on those fronts. And we're trying to kind of like combat the other remotely via me as the conduit. But I think also, like, my dad being, like, single and trying to, like, meet women, he wasn't in the mindset of just, like, oh, I can just, like, fart and burp and, like, be this, like, gross dad who doesn't care what anyone thinks because I'm, like, you know, married and, like, happy and hanging out with my kids or whatever. Whereas my dad was kind of, like, frustrated and single and trying to, like, be on the up and up. So maybe he just, like, he was never in that mindset. Maybe it's part of that mindset, I don't know. Interesting to think about. Oh my god, Manu. When would, but like, wait, when would you get the opportunity to do that? That's weird. Like, I don't know if you should create that opportunity for yourself. It's kind of a weird situation to find yourself in. Oh, not this guy. Alright, here's one of our old friends who's only damaged by magic. At least he's the last battle of the dungeon. Okay, I told you to use magic. I don't know why you're whacking him. You all have spells. Nobody should be whacking. Whacking! Movie nights on the couch with a blanket. Okay, sure. Yeah, I feel like that's that's gonna be your only hope of making that happen. Weird goal, but I won't judge. I need to get Rig Game back on. Because I got no SP. Yeah, exactly, Manu. Like, that's like the stereotypical, at least like American dad that I imagine. They like fall into this role of like being the comic relief. Because mom is like the serious one who's like in charge of everything and like moving the pieces on the board. And dad's the court jester. Okay, I think I just casted that on myself twice in a row. I'm gonna have to use a deal here. So we can get this gorilla out of here. Yeah, sure, we'll protect break him. Maybe we can get another eye core. That would be nice. Nice, okay. Totally worth it. We will almost assuredly need another one of those. Okay, so this next room is probably the last room of the dungeon. Wait, what is it? Lovers? Yeah, we'll just give that up. That's fine. We got to do some item management after this. Alright, I guess I don't need to put my buffs back on because this should be the last room. No Got statue, though? Cutscene. Whoa. Hello. This is unlike anything I've ever seen in this video game.
Wave soars and shrouds the eyes. No means to fight an omnipresent force. The shadowless ones just grieve.
Okay, is this auto-playing? No. Okay, so I can write as we go here. I don't know how long this is going to go on for, but I don't want to like try to write during the cutscene and then get behind. So I'm just going to play it smart here. So at the bottom of the dungeon, there is no boss or Got statue. And we find a strange white room with a remote shack. That has a dog post out front. I don't know whose voice this is supposed to be. I perceive this to be Emma Waylant's voice, but it kind of sounds like Helba. But I don't think this is Helba. I'll listen more closely when the next line happens. Wave soars and shrouds the eyes. No means to fight an omnipresent force. The shadowless ones just grieve. So, wave being the first word of the sentence and being capitalized is a bit unfortunate because I think it's referring to proper noun, the cursed wave, which is the antagonist from Epitaph of the Twilight, the poem that this video game is based on. The video game within the video game. I'm assuming that's what this is referring to, but we don't know for sure since it's circumstantially capitalized. But referring to it as an omnipresent force in the next sentence all but confirms that. The shadowless ones just grieve. I'm assuming shadowless means someone who is dead, like a ghost, you know, doesn't cast a shadow, whereas a person does. Someone who's invisible doesn't cast a shadow, a phantom. Oh yeah, this game kind of like codified the game within a game idea. Like, it wasn't the first video game to do it, I'm sure, but it's like the most like able to be pointed to example of an execution of that idea. Yeah, we are currently playing a video game within a video game. And the whole game is a video game within a video game. Like after we finish this level, we're gonna sign out to our desktop and like check our mail and look at the forum on our computer. Because we're like a person in Japan playing this video game. And we're trying to figure out why our friend who got us into this video game went into a coma playing it, along with some other people. Destiny 2 is stopping all future support. Huh. Is that like super unsuspected news, Halo Killer? Also, welcome in. Alright, let's see if I can figure out who's talking here.
Why must it be a wave? Divide if it would just, then retaliate we may.
Okay, so that does sound like the same voice actor as Helba, but I don't know if it's supposed to be Helba. Maybe this is Helba, like, reading an excerpt from Epitaph. Here we can see that wave is indeed a proper noun, which is great confirmation. Divide, if it would just. So, like, is there a way that we can split the wave into the 8 waves? The 8 phases, maybe? This is like every reincarnation manga? Is reincarnation a common premise for manga? I had no idea. That's not surprising to me, I didn't know that. Oh, we got Epitaph 03. Okay, so that literally was... Okay. So... We are read / hear an excerpt of Epitaph in either Emma or Helba's voice. And receive Epitaph 03. So this is a big deal, because this kind of makes it feel like we only get one of these per volume. Continuing on.
Harold.
The dog's name? Why did he say that? Or this is like where Harold lived? Okay. Kite says Harold before the scene ends. I don't know why he said that. We know who Harold is, but I don't know why he said that at that time. Maybe he's saying he's got that dog in him. Yeah, you must be right, Manu. Oh yeah, that is a weirdly bittersweet thing, Halo Killer. Alright, well we have an email. That probably is information related to what we just found out. Let's go ahead and do our item management and save before we log out. But yeah, Manu, we're now in like a hub town of this MMO that we're playing, and all these NPC characters walking around are supposed to be like real people that are also playing this game, and we can like talk to them and trade items with them. That sort of thing. Dumpier. That might be another thing from like Nibelungen. All the rest of this is junk. Seema is the one that has this item that we want. I think it's this one. Why is she calling us a dog? Maybe it's not her. There was one specific item that we were trying to trade for. I'm pretty sure it was a spear. And the character told us like what they wanted specifically for it, and they wouldn't trade anything else. Coincidence? I think not. Whoa, when did we get these? Level 50 Smiling Blade. This is a pretty good sword. And it has Rig Same. Okay, we might give this to, one of these to Black Rose. Alright, what about these? This is pretty decent. This is very good, but it's heavy. But maybe we can give it to Balmung. Or I guess both of these characters can wear heavy armor, so... How's it going, Zim? Thank you. I think my resting face is pretty normal for an adult, but I think having had the same resting face as a child and not this like sunny childlike disposition threw people off. And so like I kind of like grew up assuming that I had RBF because people were always like, "Oh, what's wrong? And I'm like, I'm good. I'm normal. Why are you saying that to me?" You know? Like that was like my whole like early development years, is people constantly being like, "Oh, what is it?" And me just being like, What are you seeing? I'm smiling right now. And they're like thinking that I'm like about to cry. Okay, let's look at party equipment here. How do I do this? Here we go. Oh, she's using this sword currently. Okay, well that makes that easy. The other one was for feet. So this is very magic oriented. No, are you okay? Yeah. Just turn it around on him. I didn't quite have that dog in me when I was a little kid to like be really sassy. I never really had that. I didn't get that until I was in like my 20s. And like every time my family would see me at holidays, they would always ask me if like I was still playing music. And I'd be like, I pursued a very expensive post-secondary education in this field. It is my career path. Yes, I'm still playing music. Stop asking me. I'm never going to stop playing music. It's not a hobby. Still playing the old guitar? God, that used to drive me insane in like the college years. It's like, yes, I'm coming home from college for winter break to visit you, and you're asking me if I'm still doing the thing that I'm in college for. Yes. Yes, I am. Oh, we need to look at Balmung's equipment too. I'm not familiar with what he has. The Heavenly Sword. We could probably do better than this. We just don't have a lot of Blade Master stuff. Resting Stank Base. I love that. This is pretty top of the line armor, though. Probably not going to beat this. Oh, and he has the Ice Leg Mail already. Okay, that makes that easier. So we can give that to Black Rose. Where are you, Black Rose? Gotta find you. Oh, there she goes. This is the only annoying part. You have to like run them down. They don't just like follow you around because they're real people with agency. No, not the item shop. Yeah. Black Rose. All right. We're gonna give you the Ice Leg Mail.
You sure?
And then
Yeah.
we're also gonna give you well, maybe that was the only one. I guess so. is the... Okay, let's see if I want any of this stuff. God, these lucky shoes are going to be so hard to get rid of. These are incredible. Absolutely incredible. Like, these two abilities plus no damage is, like, unbelievably good. This is so hard to let go of. Like, these spells suck. And the elemental increases are nice, but not worth losing attack points. Like, even one attack point. It's not worth giving up all that other stuff. So, yeah, we still haven't replaced those. This is, like, very close to being viable. Because that status gain on the little heart, this thing right here, is getting us closer to, like, full status effect immunity, which is really cool. I'm pretty sure if both of those numbers are 99, we have either complete immunity to status or just the most resistance that we could possibly have. 3 magic defense is great. 6 magic evade is great. These spells are improvements. Like, this is taking this spell and turning it into an AoE. Same value. And then this is a revive versus a status heal. So, that's a great trade-off. The elemental change is negligible. Losing 1 physical attack and 1 physical defense sucks, though. I'm just gonna ponder that for a bit longer. And we still haven't outclassed our weapon either. Okay, so we're not changing any of Kite's equipment. So I think we're good to put all this stuff away. So let's go back to... Or actually, let's go ahead and buy more potions, because we've used a lot. We don't need anything else. Wait, what are you talking about, Manu? Oh, this is Destiny 2 related. I don't understand the significance of the name. Like, did you mean to capitalize A minor? I don't understand this sentence. Alright, is there any of this that we want to store versus sell? I guess I'll store anything that's already in there. Because this is kind of how we, like, stockpile money for later. Oh, I didn't check these boots. Well, I guess I did. These are good items. Oh, okay. Now I understand that sentence. Okay, it was like a canned response that I could have used as a joke. That would have completely stun-locked, like, every aunt and uncle that I have. They would have been like, huh? I'm gonna put this in there. We might give that to, Wise Man. Put these in there for our other Heavy Blade characters. This I'll add to the pile. This I'm gonna keep on me to try to throw in the next spring that we find. And probably these two. But these two I'm gonna sell. Because they're junk. And then these we can also sell. And then I need to use up some of these scrolls on our next run. Next time we run into something physical tolerance, I'll dump them all. Oh, can I sell here? No, I gotta go to the item shop. We aren't immortal if we have 99 evade. Like, 99 evade doesn't make every attack miss, so I guess I should probably not assume that 99 status resistance is gonna give me immunity. Just like the most immunity possible. Okay, we sell this, we sell this, not these, and these. Alright, cool. That's good enough. Now we'll save, and then we'll log out, check our email. I went the wrong way. Okay, and this is going to be slot 1. We've wrapped back around. Post epitaph scene. Comma, item management. Oh, I do want to look at the epitaph in the key items menu. You don't like the music here? Oh, this is our 4th piece of epitaph. Or technically 5th, I guess. Okay, because the first one we got was 0-0. Shunning the field broken by wave, the shadowed girl whispers, "Surely I will return." Alas, the truth unbeknownst, awaiting her at journey's end, eternal mourning for her land. When the finger points to the yonder moon, the fool will not look at the fingertip. Just that one sentence all by itself. Interesting. The whole cannot be changed. We have already lost that chance. Because the time left to us was short, we were mistaken in our path. But now do we realize we should change not the whole, but the parts. Wave soars and shrouds the eyes. No means to fight an omnipresent force. The shadowless ones just grieve. Why must it be a wave? Divide, if it would just. Then retaliate we may. So we probably saw similar scenes when we got these other excerpts. It is illegible. Interesting. Wonder how long we've had this. Herald's note. And so I shall name her Aura. Without you, she would not exist. The shining girl, Aura. We will entrust her with our will. Our future is in her hands. She is our... What? I must speak with Morgana. To go where she is, the living flesh poses a hindrance. But I must go for our Aura. Emma, please give me a little more courage. I don't know what these are. Book of Iron, Book of Absolute, Gift for the Power-Up Campaign, traded with Book of Law. So this is like a trade sequence or something? And we have 2 Aura segments. Item that Bait had. Who the heck is Bait? Or Bate? These are probably from Goblin events? Not sure. We don't know if Harold is in a coma. Harold is the creator of the video game. Or he created a video game called Fragment that was like the beta for the world. And he was obsessed with the poet who wrote the poem that the game's like narrative and vibe is based off of. But there's kind of some implications that Aura is like Harold's daughter, but maybe Aura was never born like in the real world. and he was like experimenting with the idea of like creating a person inside the video game that didn't exist in the real world or something like that. We don't know if Aura has a real world counterpart versus all the other characters or players. But we really don't know a whole lot about Harold. He might be a nut job, yeah. An amazing item that will negate enemy attacks. Can't use it. That's so weird. They're like joke items. I don't think we need to check any of this Book of 1000 stuff. We're pretty well caught up on that. Let's log out. Alright, we've got mail. One from Wise Man and one from Balmung. Reflecting on the mistake we made, instead of running the jamming program on the area itself, we'll now try to quarantine the area where we believe the wave exists. I believe it is the most effective method. I would like to talk about the plan in detail. Please come to the net slum. Okay, so meet Wise Man. In net slum. He has a plan, to quarantine the wave Oh, I should have written that in orange. Whoops. With a jamming program. Okay. And Balmung is just replying to our previous email. Deception comes easily. Discerning the truth is what is essential. That is the power I lacked. Well, I was aware of it, but I chose to ignore it. What you saw of me a while ago was probably my true character. These are very different responses. Either way, we're kind of like showing compassion towards him for like being standoffish before. I guess this is more like how Kite would respond. The music's making you feel offset. Yeah, you can actually choose what music plays on your desktop. And that song feels perfect for Volume 3. Alright, well, once again, we're funneled. There's no, like, side content for us to do right now, other than the level 70 dungeon, which I feel like we're close to being able to do, but I don't quite feel like we can jump in there yet. It's a level 70 dungeon, and we're at, like, leaving the mid-60s and going towards the high 60s. So we gotta hop over to Lambda server here so we can go to Neslum. The default desktop music that I associate with Volume 1 is very kind of like peppy, happy. Alright, so this is Netslum, and then this is the level 70 area that is some type of side content that we've been aware of basically since the beginning of Volume 3, but we're only now, like, kind of approaching a reasonable level to go and take it on. But it sounds like it could be very story-relevant side content, because this red wand is the weapon of the first phase of the Cursed Wave, and, like, the final boss of Volume 1. That's what we assume they're talking about. But let's go to Netslum and talk to Wise Man. And see what this plan is all about. Yeah, new quests just kind of like periodically appear. Like someone will email you or there will be a post on the board.
Let's begin.
The general idea is as written on the mail. If there are no questions, Helba, please tell us about our assigned roles.
I like how he has the weapon in this cutscene that we have, like, given to him to equip.
Leos will search for the Cursed Wave, along with a monitor of CC Corp employees.
Okay, I am gonna write some of this down. So get ready to go back and forth here. Wise Man and Helba start giving us the rundown of the plan. Leos will monitor CC Corp employees and also try to track the Cursed Wave. Okay, continuing.
Wiseman, I would like for you to analyze that information. You will form a party to fight the Cursed Wave itself during the operation.
Okay.
The remaining will quarantine the operation area from other areas. That is all.
We have yet to specify the location. We will commence the operation as soon as we know. Each of you be prepared until the operation commences. I will mail you the operation period. That is all. Dismissed.
Interesting. Okay. They say that once we pinpoint the location, we will receive a mail. Kite and Co. will be expected to fight the next phase there, while also quarantining the area. Okay. So this is interesting because we're in this state that the game often puts you in, where you don't have an objective that you can immediately jump to. Like, we know what's supposed to happen next, but we don't know how to, like, make time pass. You know, like, we don't know what it's gonna take for them to actually pinpoint that location. So we might just need to, like, flip servers and we'll get the email, or we might need to, like, do a certain number of other things. It's a very interesting feeling. It's like, well, what do I do now? Do I just, like, go grind? You know, that's probably not the answer. But in a real-life situation, that's kind of how you would feel. It's like, well, I guess I'll just log off and go to school for a week, and maybe they'll have figured it out. But for our purposes, we want to keep going. Let me see if I can call Mia. Nope. We still haven't figured out what's going on with Mia and Elk. And they're on the cover of the game, so I feel like this... Like, I feel like Volume 3 can't end unless we interact with them a little bit more and learn something. This person was asked to write a fanfic. That's very 2002. Matoy. Yeah, none of this stuff is very good. Well, I guess we could, like, form a party and try the level 70 area. It's worth a shot. It's the most productive way we could kill time. Like, other than, like, kind of trying to, like, game the system by, like, logging out and logging back in a bunch of times, you know? Which is kind of silly. So let's bring our strong people here. Are we all at level 67?
I'll handle.
We are. Okay. Yeah, I think we could probably do this. We'll drop another save here. Slot 2. And we'll call this level 70 area attempt. But yeah, if a certain quest was gonna be like the last one, the game might not go out of its way to telegraph that to me. Not a protected area, which is interesting. Snowy place. Alright, let's check the field. A lot of portals. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Actually, we'll head towards the dungeon. Just in case it's really nasty. Oh wait, let's get all our buffs on too. That would be a smart idea. And actually, this might be the first time that the water element buff comes in handy. If there's a bunch of like ice-themed, ice elemental enemies here, we might actually have a little bit of resistance to their magic. That's the only buff spell that Balmung has, because he's like a water guy. For some reason. Alright, what do we got? Miss. Okay, these guys run away and cast magic. They are confusing us. They are doing a lot of damage with multi-hits. Man, they're fast. Okay, we need to use magic against them so that they can't run around. Oh, they have magic tolerance. Awesome. Alright, these guys suck. Yeah, ding. Yeah, the worst sound in the whole game. I think Balmung just died. Oh, nope, he's still alive. Hang on, Black Rose. Alright, well, we'll definitely head straight into the dungeon, because this is not the type of field that we would want to try to clear. Despite the fact that we probably will get really good experience. This is a game where your experience gain is based on the difference between your level and the enemies. Oh my god. Just all three of us locked into a spell. Alright, the ad is about to start, so I'm gonna step away. And we'll come back in a few minutes. Vote for the new Tuesday game in Discord if you haven't done so already. Bonus stream on Sunday at 12 in the afternoon with me and the lady. And that'll be your last day to vote for that Tuesday game. And I'll see you in a few minutes with more stream. Thanks for being here. Okie dokie, we're back. Hello. Alright, let's see if we can kill these stupid dudes that are just absolutely dominating my resources. If this is like the only... I'm using the wrong item. If this is the only enemy that we encounter, we will not be able to complete this dungeon. Because we will use so many resources that we won't have anything left by the time we get to the bottom. Like, it feels really strange to be upset that I can't use magic. Usually I welcome a physical brawl, but the fact that these guys can freeze us in place and we're not able to retaliate by freezing them in place blows. Because they're super fast. So yeah, I'll probably use a speed charm on everybody before we go in. Because it actually increases your movement speed by like 2x. It's pretty great. That way, we can catch up to them in between animations. It makes a big difference. I don't typically use it. I'm sure like some people that play this game probably want to have it on all the time. And I think that would be perfectly valid. Actually, I'm going to use Data Drain on this loser. We got to get rid of something. Oh, nice. We got a Virus Core, too. That's fantastic. Alright, now there's only one of them. And I will absolutely Data Drain this guy, too. We want experience, which we don't get when we use Data Drain. But I have to hope that these aren't the only kind of enemy that we're going to encounter here. That was brutal. Do we have cordyceps? Oh yeah, we got plenty of cordyceps. No twilight onions, unfortunately. That's the, grunty food item that we're on the lookout for here. It's like the only one that we don't have a stockpile of for some reason. We need to find some specific biome that has it. Obviously, I could just look it up, but I don't want to. Okay. Let's set foot in here. Is there a cutscene? No. Okay. Let's speed charm everybody. Normally I would just do it on myself, but it would be really nice to find a piece of equipment that has this spell, too. Not that these scrolls are very expensive, but it would just make it that much easier. So yeah, now we're super fast. Those guys will also be easier to fight in this environment, because they can't run away endlessly. Okay, this guy's pretty manageable on his own. He actually looks exactly like this boss that we saw in a previous dungeon, in like a cutscene. He's kind of like a palette swap of that boss, but... Let me see if you guys can effectively heal while I finish this guy off. I'm in the danger zone, though. Okay, we did that. And then let's get the rigs back on. So we can do that guy solo, no problem. And luckily the speed charm lasts a really long time, so we won't have to replenish that like as often as we do the other buffs. Okay, another one. Or actually, let's, instead of saying skills, let's say attack. Oh, we've got a status. This guy can do sleep. That's not a huge problem. Confusion is much worse. Confusion and charm are really bad in this game. It's like some games when you get confused or charmed and like your party members attack each other, you don't do like the same amount of damage that you do when you're not confused. Because otherwise you would just like instantly lose. But this game is like, nah, you're gonna do normal damage to each other. So they'll just like come up and whack you for like 600 damage. And you gotta really be on top of it. Okay, we've got another big, strong solo guy here. This is manageable. He's very strong, but he's very slow. Oh, but he just locked me into a really powerful attack there. That was a very long animation. That sucks. Now I gotta do all my buffs again, including the speed charm. Okay, there we go. Oh, right, I need a Mage's Soul. How does one lower one's infection rate? I don't know. I don't know, I was just talking about that earlier. I haven't figured out how you do that. Level 2 summon. That's very strong. This is a good rod. Yeah, I can't figure out what it's tied to. It's not like signing out of the game and signing back in. It could be in-game time or real time. It could be a certain number of loading zones, but I don't know how this game counts loading zones. There's a couple different ways that it could do that, so. Can I do this in the dungeon? Oh, I totally forgot you could do this in the dungeon. It's not necessary, I guess, which is probably why I like instinctively don't do it, but. Can I have Rig Same, please? There we go. Thank you. Alright, we're back. Alright, we gotta watch out for this guy. He's got a very strong kick. Oh my god, did you see that? How many hits was that? 4? Wow. And just immediately I'm dead again. Okay. This might not be a good dungeon for buffs. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Smashy. Oh, it has death attached to it. That's why it's so strong. Okay. Well, hopefully the multi-hit attack can't death. Alright, well this guy is significantly worse than the, like, Moth Mantis Man. I'm glad that you're able to put it down for a while, though. That sounds nice. And I guess, if I don't see any of those annoying wizards that were on the field here, I will, forego the speed charm. I like how they're super fast and I'm slow, so they're like... as they, like, catch up to me and then immediately have to wait. It's very funny. Feeling better already? Heck yeah, dude. It makes the regular movement speed feel really slow. for a little bit, but it's not that bad for me. I'm sure for some it would be painful to not have the speed charm active all the time, but I don't mind. Alright, their buffs are out. Maybe when their speed charm runs out, I'll put them back on. We'll see how the rest of this floor goes. Alright, here's this guy. This is our boy right here. The Star Viking. Nothing about this thing says Star or Viking. I mean, I guess he does have horns, but he looks like a bug. Not something that is celestial or a Viking. Immediately put back to sleep. Down he goes.
Bearcat egg.
Hello, Bearcat egg. Oh, here they are. Okay. So they do exist down here. Yeah, all the grunty food, for some reason, just announce themselves like Pokemon. God, these guys suck. Oh god. I thought Balmung did Rachnine's damage against me. But that was me against the data drained dude. One of them in a small room is not that big of a deal. But just the item deficit is nuts. Like the number of restoratives and potions that we have to use is super high. But yeah, we're gonna need speed charm back for sure. Oh, he was protect broken. I didn't even notice. Okay. Let's get everything back on. Speed charm. Everybody. And I'm just gonna have to work really hard. You guys can heal while I'm doing this. Just gonna have to work really hard to make sure people don't die so that we don't have to restore these buffs. However many potions it takes. Okay. This is the guy to watch out for. Okay, only one attack, that's fine. Just don't do 4 in a row, okay? That was wild. He walk? Okay, cool. We just needed to Dark Souls it a little bit and walk around him. It is very easy to, like, get lazy and just stand right in front of the enemy and attack them head on. But you can very easily dodge attacks by just like kind of backing up a little bit or standing off to the side. So it is important to like remember to do that. Oh, okay. A buff that I already have. Hopefully that at the very least extends it. That's pretty rare for us to see in a dungeon. We don't see the fire things very often. They're usually only on the field. They just give you a random buff spell for your party. Which is kind of cool. They're usually not useful. It's either something that we already have on, like AppCorv, or it'll be like, you know, a specific element up. And it's like, okay, sure. But if it's like either of the defenses going up, that's great. If we happen to get the speed one, obviously that's awesome. Alright, that's floor 1 clear. Default dungeon size is 3 floors, but sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less. Oh, and you have to use the item on every single floor? Yeah, I can see why I didn't do that. Oh, there's the multi-attack. Let's preemptively potion Black Rose. Okay, he only did 2 that time. Oh god. If my movement starts being restricted, I should just max heal. Because I have tons of time. Nope, 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 nope. Alright, cool. So those guys are a bit of a race. Where you gotta lay on the damage as quick as you can. Because they're gonna be laying a lot of damage onto you. Oh, cool. That's actually helpful. Oh, it's our boy. I guess I could say skills, and some of our skills will trap him. Oh, that was so much easier with the speed. Holy crap. That was great. Plus the small space. Alright, I gotta remember to click skills against those guys. Did he just skill drain me? What the heck? Yeah, he must have. My SP just immediately went to 0. Which isn't a huge problem. Oh, wrong item. I keep using restorative when I mean to use a potion. I gotta figure out how to sort my items. Let me see if I can do that really quick. Discard item. How do I sort my items? Gotta be a way to do it. Oh, I didn't realize you could do this. I can look at what consumable items my party members are carrying. Huh. Who knew? This is so cool too, because you can see like all the random swords and stuff that you've given them, but also like random ones that they have like for trade. Like such an unnecessary feature, but it's cool. Can I maybe do it from this menu? No. There's gotta be a way. Maybe it says in the manual. It's also possible that you can only do it from like a root town or something. Let's try this page. Wait, what? Okay, listen to this. On the little spot about the viral infection from overusing data drain, under the cons, it says monster levels are low after data drain, so even if you defeat them, you won't gain many experience points. That sounds normal, we know that. But listen to this one. As infection increases, there is a higher chance of the system malfunctioning and a possibility that the game will end. Can that happen? Like, if you use data drain too many times, will you just like game over as like a as a world building thing? And then there's another one here about the gate hacking. Trespassing into certain gates is possible using virus cores. And then in red text, this is an illegal action that is against the user agreement. These actions could cause serious damage to your character data. We will not be held responsible if irreversible damage is done to your character data. They're really trying to make you feel like this is real. That's so cool. I love that. I don't see anything about sorting the items, though. It's gotta be possible, though. It's gotta be possible. Welcome in, Raised. How are you? I'm trying to figure out the mechanics thing in my menu here, and I don't see it in the manual. I was hoping maybe. But I don't see it. Maybe it's like hidden in plain sight. Right, Zim. But like, because of the way that it's written and the way some of the other stuff is written in the manual, it's kind of ambiguous if they're serious or not. You know what I mean? Like, is it just supposed to like world build and make you feel like, oh, I get it, this is like really serious in the context of the game and like something that we're not supposed to be doing and it's special. But like, can it actually end the game? Like, I can't fathom that it's actually possible for me to corrupt my character data.
Give me information, damn it!
You know? Yeah, we want the information. What am I looking for? I guess I was gonna heal, but now I'll heal. Alright, cool. We got him before he attacked again. We're getting some level ups. We might be at level 70 when we walk out of here. Okay, he's doing the big attack. He's doing the multi-hit. I got you, Black Rose. Oh, he's got me. Okay. I'm ready. I'm at full health. Okay. Oh, he's got me again. I'm at full health. Comes the multi-hit. Alright, cool. So yeah, we just have to be super proactive, and then we'll get through this dungeon just fine. We have to not be shy about using a ton of items. Bouncer gloves. Those any good? Pretty good for a mage. Yeah, these are actually pretty dang good. Probably for just about anybody else.
There, cat egg.
Oh, I hear you.
There, cat egg.
That little shriek. Chug there. That was a little scary. Oh, there goes my speed scroll. Let's get that back on. Been really liking that. And other buffs are expiring. Nice when they all run out at once and you can just stop for a second. It's wild how long the elemental ones last, though. Like, we've had that on since the field. it's just on. Those ones take forever to run out. And, like, the speed one lasts a lot longer than the health regen and the SP regen, but not nearly as long as the elemental ones. Okay, we're on B3. This could be the last floor. I'm kind of liking using the fairy orbs. This is probably something we should get in the habit of doing on the 3rd floor of story dungeons as well, because that way we won't accidentally, like, trigger a cutscene and not get the God statue. So, we should definitely just do this all the time. Fairy orbs are really cheap. I just need to buy a fresh stack. Black Rose is asleep. Oh, Apcord just ran out. Balmung's asleep. Alright. That red light on his head is very... He's like an FAA tower. Guiding planes in the night. Please not the wizards. Oh, of course it's the wizards. 3 of them in the giant room. Okay, we need to tell them to use skills so we can try to freeze them in place. I'm not going to use any skills because I need to be the healer. Whatever they're using is actually working great. So good job, party members. Got rid of 1. Yo, Cheaty, how you doing? Thank you for saying hi. I hope you have an excellent dinner. Please gloat about what you're having and bring back some for the rest of us. I'm gonna figure out what I'm having. Yeah, once you have the speed charm on, these guys are not so bad. And the skills gambit, very important. It's very satisfying to figure out, like, a specific approach for a specific enemy type. Especially if it doesn't take too long. Alright, there might be a boss in here, so let's restore all the buffs. Sometimes bosses aren't in portals. Actually, most of the time, bosses aren't in portals. So let's see what's going on in here. It's a cutscene. I'm a little scared. Oh man, there it is.
That's... Skates? 1?
Bingo.
that Sora?
Thank you?
Huh? Okay. So it was Sora. So we probably just got rewarded a really good item for Kite, because Sora is the same class as Kite. Okay, that was really interesting. Time to write. At the bottom of... What was the name of this area? This is way back in the notes. This is going to be like day 1. Stalking betrayed nothingness. I always do that. I always write an A when I'm trying to write lambda. Alright, at the bottom, we find a seemingly empty room. But when Kite turns to leave, we see Skaith's red wand appear. Kite gets scared and just as he is flashing back to meeting Aura and losing Orca, the wand disappears and is replaced by... I'm going to write Sora in pink here, even though he's technically appeared in the notes before, but he hasn't appeared in the game. Replaced by Sora, who simply says bingo, and then also disappears. Green firefly thingies remain, and we obtain Sora's blades. So Sora is a character from the anime, and Sora is also one of the characters that is supposed to be in a coma. Sora's gimmick in the anime was that he was like super over leveled and would like sneak up on players and like kill them in one hit and like take their stuff. He was like a troll, basically. But he was very powerful, and he did kind of like come around to getting involved in some of like the more serious, important happenings in the world rather than just being like a goofy gamer guy. But as far as I'm aware, we were under the assumption that he was in a coma. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Did he show up and dispel Skaith's wand and like save us from it? Or was that like some type of phantom image of him? Did the cursed wave like steal his character data and modify it to become Skaith? And this is like revealing to us that there's a connection between Skaith and Sora, and then we're supposed to assume that like maybe the cursed waves are all connected to specific comatose players. There's a lot of rabbit holes we could try to create and jump into there. What's up, Gad? How are you, dude? Let's see how good these swords are, though. Please let them be amazing. They're not. Added effect death, though. That's very Sora. That's very Sora. As to be expected. They're really not that good. They have higher attack than anything that we have. But losing... The magical improvement is really nice, too. So we would get 7 physical attack points, which is really, really a lot. And we would get 3 magic attack, which is great. Losing 1 point of magic accuracy is negligible. Losing 10 points of magic evade is not great. Losing 3 points of physical evade, not great, but closer to negligible. The elemental stuff is a bummer, but mostly negligible. And then losing App Corv really sucks. Losing Life Drain kind of sucks too. But death is a pretty great trade-off for Life Drain. Obviously that's not going to work on like bosses, but on regular enemies, this is going to be huge. Absolutely huge. These skills are also really bad, so we would have a really hard time with the goblin races. We would probably need to swap weapons. We would need to like keep a separate weapon for goblin races because these are bad. These are really bad. But this is an interesting one. This is an interesting one. Like, we could try it out. I think the biggest loss is App Corv. Thunderdance is currently the way that we get through goblin fights, so we do need something like that, and these aren't it. So that's a problem too. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about, Gad. I know exactly what you're talking about. Iconic. God, I love Super Mario World and its music. But yeah, it's like that little percussion nonsense happening on the top of this song is like the same thing, but like 25% faster. It's tempting to use these. Also, we could see what they look like, which is fun. Let's see what all of these look like. 'Cause we've been looking at the same weapon for a long time. Okay, those are pretty boring looking. What about Shin? Okay, these are the same form factor as the Blades of Bond. Probably a different color, but it's hard to tell. And then Sora has the punching daggers. Alright, well, let's just... The best way to figure this out will be to just try him out for a little while. But that makes sense. We did an optional dungeon, and we got a powerful item. What do you got, Hinata? The High Forger. Ooh, Apcorv. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. How does this compare to what Black Rose has right now? 25-8, nothing else. Yeah, it's worse. And this is what's giving her rig same. So yeah, it's not worth it. I'm trying to think, like, I don't have Apcorv, so I should try to put it on one of my party members. We can also, like, technically buy scrolls that give us Apcorv and, like, use them over and over and over, but it just expires so fast that I think it's not really worth it. Okay, we need to stock up on Speed Charms and Fairy's Orb. So let's buy a full stack of these, because we're going to be using them now. We're going to make a habit of using it on every dungeon floor. It'll help us explore more efficiently, and it'll make sure that we don't miss any GOT statues. Groovy Stick. All this stuff is just junk. We're never going to find anything good at an item shop. Do I need to store anything? I guess we'll wait. We'll wait until I go to the scroll shop here. Here we go. Happy Friday, Junior, to you as well, Gad. I know you're looking forward to it. Alright, Speed Charm. How much for a full stack? What are we at? 127k? Oh yeah, yeah, no problem. No problem. That's an Ola rep. So yeah, this is like an Apcorv as an item. But we would run out of these so fast. The Speed Charm is way more economical. It's half the price, and it lasts like 4 times as long. So it's not really feasible to just use this instead of having somebody in the party with Apcorv. We pretty much just would have to let it go. I think one thing that this game could really use is passive skills. Like, it would be really cool if there was equipment that, instead of giving you the ability to cast the skill, just you have it on while you're wearing the equipment. That would be really nice. But it doesn't appear to be a thing. Tenkafubu. This is a pretty good sword. 2413 with critical. I think that's way better than what Balmung has right now. So we probably want to trade for that. Let me double check. I don't think we care about any of the rest of this. 12 for body is pretty great. I'm getting good at slangs. Uh-oh. You talking to me? Yeah, you. You talking to me? Yeah, he's getting really good. Wow. 2313. Yeah, that's worth it. 2413. Plus the critical hit. Yeah, okay, we want this. What do we want to give you? One of these? Okay, he likes that. One of these? Okay, that's even better. We're very unlikely to need 2 of these. Well, maybe one for Elk and one for Wise Man, actually. But we definitely don't need 2 of these. We want to try to throw one in a spring. Or will you just take like some really low level scrolls? Probably not. Alright, yeah, we'll just give him a Spectre Blade. That's great. Okay, now we gotta find Balmung. Where are you, my guy? There you are.
How are you faring?
And here's a new sword for you.
An expensive item like this?
He's so serious. Now we should probably put some stuff in storage. Oh yeah, let me check these gloves real quick. Ooh. Interesting. That's a huge physical defense drop, unfortunately. Probably can't afford it. But this gives me 99 spirit, which is pretty sick. And then we could make up the body on something else. But I can't give up 6 points of physical defense. That's really, really dangerous. Man, this has really good stats too. Really, really good. The physical drop is pretty bad. So you'd ideally want to give this to... It sucks, like, this is medium weight armor, which that's what this means right here. It means that you can't give it to a Wave Master, but the best type of character to give this to would be a Wave Master, because they don't care about physical accuracy. This one you could give to a Wave Master. And then the third thing that I'm carrying is heavy. Hands of Ronin. It has 10 body. But also magic oriented, which is interesting. But that can be nice for a heavy character to like supplement.
How are you faring?
Let me check Balmung's equipment here. What do you got on? Oh, this is actually probably better than that. 1/6, 115. Yeah. I think overall it's a little bit better. I mean, it's negligible. It's comparable. So what does Black Rose have on her hands? Also pretty negligible. Well, actually this is better because the other one lowers a lot of physical stuff pretty significantly. So, okay, let's put some stuff in storage. Oh, you're not the storage. You're the storage. This is my favorite hub town because everything is so close together. None of the other ones are like that. Alright, these are very good. These are all very good too. Oh, we already have a bunch of these. Interesting. I'm torn with these though. Like, Blades of Bond are really good. We'll keep that on us, and then these two we're keeping on us to throw in springs. So yeah, I gotta just keep carrying all of those. We have tons of scrolls we can throw away if we need room for more items. But I'm gonna keep them with me in case we run into physical tolerance stuff. We haven't seen it in a while because we haven't done optional content in a while. It seems like as soon as we do something that's not a story quest, we immediately run into physical tolerance. There seems to be a symbiotic relationship. Or maybe it's more so that they won't put it in a story mission because it's so mean. We're saving in slot 3. Starting to storm out there. So I'll call this Sora Quest, or Sora / Skaith Quest. Shops, items. And we're about to need to run another ad as well. So I guess let me figure out what we're gonna do next, because we don't currently have a story objective. That was the last like check mark on our thing. The only other thing I can think that we could do is there was an optional area that we went to many streams ago, Bitter Fantasy Mirror World, that was a bonus area that we unlocked from clearing Volume 2 that became available as soon as we started Volume 3. And when we got to the bottom of that dungeon, there was nothing there. And there was like a door that we couldn't go through. And it kind of felt like a bug or a glitch. But it was a pretty challenging dungeon to get through at the time. But we're like 20 levels higher now, so it probably wouldn't take that long. So I kind of want to do that again and just kind of remind myself what was at the bottom. We can try out these new blades that we got, see how that goes, and see if maybe we find something in there. I have a feeling that I need to just go to the desktop right now because there's either something on the board or in the news that's going to move the story forward. We don't have any mail as far as we know, but mail could pop up when we sign out. But we did hear from Wise Man that the next objective would be posted on the board once they find it. So we might just need to sign out and it's already there, because we don't get notifications for board stuff. We only have push notifications for email. We don't have a Discord overlay on our Steam. But I think that's what we'll do. I'm gonna go ahead and run this ad. This will be the last ad break of the day, actually. But we will be streaming this all day again tomorrow. If you're sad that there's only one more hour of .hack today, I'll be back with another full stream of it tomorrow, and then a bonus stream that you all unlocked a few weeks ago, finally coming to fruition on Sunday afternoon. Vote in that Tuesday poll in the Discord if you haven't already, and I'll see you in about 3 minutes. Thanks for hanging. All right, welcome back, folks. I'm gonna have a sour candy. Because that sounds nice. Welcome back. This is a sour plum candy from I don't know why I thought it was going to be more specific than Japan. It's from Japan. What's the name of the brand? Ribon? Maybe? They're very sour. It's like slightly floral, kind of tastes like soap for like a millisecond, and then gives way to a very sour flavor. It's like, it's chewy, so you can like immediately bite into it. It's not a hard candy, and it doesn't have like a citric acid cut your mouth open kind of coating, which is nice. All right, here we go. Yeah, this is from someone at Bandai. Unlock the mystery behind the aerial city. Whew. So sour. Very yummy. So yeah, I don't know. The first time we came here, it was with like Pyros and Gardenia or something. And it's obviously like, you know, a special, unique area, right? This field is unlike anything we've ever seen. We explored it. There was nothing. There's no portals, there's no items. There's not even a map, which is really weird. I don't know if this is something from the anime. Maybe this should feel really significant, and it's from the anime, and I just don't remember it. Insert me saying that I want to rewatch it for the 19th time. But let's go all the way through this dungeon again. And just have a look around. Let's get all our buffs on. I don't have App Corv. But we are 20 levels above this dungeon. So. Also, I hope my power doesn't go out. Because it is storming very heavy right now. If my power goes out, stream won't die, but the PS2 will. So. Oh my god. Did you see that? That's incredible. The death thing from this weapon went off. And this thing just almost immediately died. Yeah, the PS2 is not hooked up to the UPS, exactly. But the internet equipment and my computer is. So we wouldn't lose internet, and we wouldn't lose the stream or the VOD or anything. We'd still be live. My camera would die, and you wouldn't be able to see me, but you'd still be able to hear me. My audio interface and everything like that is all hooked up to the UPS as well. But basically, I have it set up to where I'd be able to, like, tell people what happened. And that way, if, like, power flickers, everything comes back on right away, except for the game system. But yeah, maybe someday I'll get a second UPS and hook all of this stuff up to it. Like, hook the game room up to it. I basically have the music room hooked up to the UPS, is kind of how it's set up right now. There's the death. Just randomly ripping off 2k damage. That's so satisfying. That's so cool. Wow. That's gonna make such a huge difference in getting through dungeons. Okay, here's this guy with physical tolerance. Here's our boy right here. Time to burn up some scrolls. I think this guy's weak against wood, so... I hate that I have to keep telling them to use magic. They use like one spell and then go back to just attacking for 0 damage. Oh, come on, guys. This TV has flickered like 3 times since the storm started. Also, this guy is healing himself. What a jerk. I guess he's trying to do the thing where he forces you to data drain him to win. Oh, I should have done it anyway. He's giving me 1 experience point. Alright, well, we'll know for next time. There's no reason to waste resources killing him. Yeah, I'm playing on a CRT right now. I'm actually looking at 4 screens right now. Oh god, that's so satisfying. Yeah, I think if the death effect of this weapon is gonna go off this often, it's totally worth losing AppCorv. Like, it's happening pretty much every encounter. They might be more sensitive to power fluctuations. Yeah, maybe. I mean, everything is surge protected, so we don't have to worry about that. Everything that's hooked up in here is surge protected. So, like, all of my... I have, like, brand new power bays that all the systems are hooked up to. If something were to, like, actually surge, like, all those fuses are good. Which, by the way, important PSA for people, because I feel like a lot of people don't understand this. I didn't understand this for a long time. Surge protectors are disposable. So, like, a surge protector has, like, a little fuse in it, where if there is a power surge, it will basically burst that fuse instead of allowing the surge to get to anything that's hooked up to the surge protector. But after the surge protector has done that one time, it is no longer a surge protector. It is no longer surge protected. You have to throw that away and buy a new surge protector. So, be advised. That's how surge protectors work. You can't just use a surge protector forever. It's also possible that the surge protector could just go bad. So if you have like a really old surge protector, but you're confident like, oh, it's never been in an actual power surge, don't assume that it's still protecting you. Even if it has like a little light on it that says like, surge protected. Because that might just be telling you, oh, there is a fuse in the slot. You know, or there's a fuse in the slot that we don't think has gone bad. But if it's more than like 10 or 15 years old, maybe consider just replacing that. And if you want a recommendation, I can give you one. No Amazon affiliate links inside. Just out of the goodness of my heart, because I don't want anybody's stuff to get destroyed. Because that can't happen. Like if some of these old systems weren't surge protected, and a surge happened and they were hooked up to a thing, like they could actually brick. It's a very common thing to happen to like any type of electronic device, but especially an older one. And especially if it's combined with an older surge protector. Yep, exactly, yeah. Yeah, if you have like electronics that you care about, you should buy and replace your surge protectors probably every couple of years. And probably also get a UPS. Which would be a good idea. I really like having the UPS. It's very nice. It gives me a lot of peace of mind more than anything. Like I could have like my audio workstation open and be working on something while it's raining and not have to worry like, oh, well, if the power suddenly goes out, I'm gonna like lose my mix or whatever, or like a video edit or, you know, a image edit or whatever it is that I'm doing. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at the, or I forgot to use a fairy orb. But yeah, it would be cool to have another UPS for this room. Like, obviously I wouldn't just sit here and, like, stream on battery power. But I could at least, like, wait a couple minutes to see if stuff comes back on. Or, like, just safely end stream and let people know. Or just, you know, not have to worry about gaming while it's raining. Our power is very stable. Despite the cursed Texas grid that we all know and love. But like our power doesn't go out very often. And when it does, it doesn't usually go out for very long. But there have been a few times where it'll go out for like you know, 6 hours. Because a transformer blows up and somebody has to, like, physically come out and replace it. Yeah, even a brownout can be damaging. Or even worse, especially for, like, a computer. And the brownouts are much more common for us here. Just like a flicker. So all the most important stuff is on the UPS, which is like the computer and the high value audio equipment.
There can egg.
'Cause yeah, we don't need no hard drives getting flashed. We don't need 4-digit price equipment bricking. Nice death. God, that's so fantastic. What a great reward for doing a high-level dungeon. The Blades of Bond are hard to let go of, but this would be even harder to let go of. Because we essentially just have, like, infinite attack. Because I don't think... Let me see something really quick. Yeah, so none of these resist the death effect that our sword has. So even if an enemy had like really high spirit or body, it wouldn't make them more resistant to that status. So it's pretty much only going to be bosses that can't get hit with it. This is our boy right here. Alright, it's scroll time. Luckily, it's not that big of a deal since we're so over-leveled. But it's still really annoying. Maybe I should just use my spell. Maybe that's a better idea. It's scary when he hits everybody and those numbers are coming up, but they're so small. Yeah, I think my magic is much better. Alright, and then we data drain because we don't care about the experience. Get out of here. There we go. I really hope we can learn something new by doing this dungeon a second time. I'm gonna be disappointed if we get all the way to the bottom and it's just exactly what I remember. No new information. No ideas. But I suppose there's a strong possibility that that's what happens. Maybe I should do Speed Charm. Well, nah, we're already almost done with B2. It's fine. Oh, this guy sucks. No, don't switch to physical attacks. Keep doing magic. let's do this one. Maybe we'll get a rare item. Oh, that is a good item. Oh, we're all talking. Okay. Sounds good. Oh, I forgot to look at a way to sort items in the hub town. There's gotta be a way. Holy tree mail? Doesn't sound familiar. Ooh. Oh, it's not good. I was misled by seeing something go up to 99. It's really not that good. Which makes sense. This game is very consistent with, like, the early areas have lower power items than the later level areas. So you're not gonna have, like, a lucky find. Like, we're in a level 50 dungeon, so we should expect to see items at or around level 50. And the shops in the root towns are pretty much scaled to the level that you first arrive at the root town, and they never improve, as far as I know. Get deft. Yes. God, that's so awesome to just do 2,000 damage to something instead of 130. It's pretty incredible. Thank you, Sora. Okay, B3. Should be the last floor. Fairy orb.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, it's linear. Oh yeah, see, look at the map. The last room shows a door that looks like it can be gone through. But it doesn't show a room beyond it. What the heck is that? When we got into that room before, it was, like, closed. And I thought maybe, like, oh, maybe we didn't clear all the portals or something. So hopefully we get, like, a confirmation message that says all portals open. But if there's, like, portals beyond this door that we can't get through for some reason, then it wouldn't show us that. But I'm confident that we've full cleared every floor up to this point. So if it doesn't say all portals open after we go into this next room, then we know there's more dungeon. Something's going on. But there wasn't, like, a way to, like, use an item on the door or anything like that. And there's nothing significant about it. It just looks like a door that's closed from an encounter that should open. Like that. It looks like that. Like this door right here. Okay, it says all portals open. So the next room is the final room. So maybe there's just some kind of, like, hidden mechanic where, like, you need to come here with a specific character or a specific item, and there's just no way to know. So yeah, look at this. There's just a door here. What? That's so weird. It seems like a bug, but I have to imagine that it's not. So, but this is an optional area, so I don't think anything story related is going to open this door. Like, oh, after a certain point in the plot, we'll be able to come back here. I don't think that's the case. I feel like it's linked to having a probably most likely to be a specific character in my party, but maybe a specific item.
Be on guard. Be on.
Yeah, what?
But if it's not Black Rose or Balmung, it would have to be like Elk or Mia. Those are all the most story relevant characters, at least so far in the game. Most of the other ones are optional recruits. That's so weird. The only other thing I can think to try is maybe backtrack out of the dungeon on foot and re-explore the field. Because last time I warped out with a Sprite Ocarina. So maybe there's something funky where something changes on the field, but you won't notice it if you gate out. Because you would almost never backtrack manually like this. There's like no point. You would only do this if you just, for some reason, didn't have a Sprite Ocarina and you didn't know that your party members had one that you could just tell them to use. You basically have infinite Sprite Ocarinas. You don't even need to buy them if you have party members. Because they have, like, I think we just saw in that one menu that they have 5 of them. And I'm assuming that gets restocked every time they rejoin your party. That can't be like 5 always and forever. We'll let the buffs expire. There's nothing around. But yeah, I'll have to explore the field when we get back up to the top. Maybe we'll see something. But we definitely full cleared the dungeon. That's just so weird. It's hard not to get stuck on. Because we didn't get anything here the first time. It's not like there was like a chest at the bottom. And then that's just like the room that chest was in. There was no cutscene. There was no boss. So it really feels like we're missing something. I guess I could also try to go back to the email that we got for this stage. Alright, so we're back on the overworld. This is a very unique song, too. I don't recognize it from anywhere. It's probably not 100% exclusive to this area, but maybe. I'm just gonna walk to all of the external boundaries. This one goes a really long way and then dead ends. It's really bizarre that there's no map here. What does this remind me of? Reminds me of something. I guess it's kind of a lot of things at once. There's like Ico, Tears of the Kingdom, something Mario? Maybe? Yeah, there's just nothing here, man. Really strange. Okay, well, we checked. No new information. No rewards. No experience. Nothing. Alright, it's time to log out and see what's on the board. I'm gonna go back to my current page of notes. I had flipped back to the page where we originally visited this area. Okay. We've got board posts. Any news or mail? We do have some mail. Okay. Oh, it's just Balmung. So we're having a philosophical conversation. Okay, we'll give the less certain answer. No new news, right? It would say, but... Okay. So let's go to the board here. What do we got? People in comas. New entry. Oh, lots of new entries. Maybe it's shock from light and sound sensations. They say you're supposed to light up the room when watching cartoons or playing games. I thought that's what those warnings were for. But then you don't hear about them recovering. Why is it taking them so long? Maybe it has to do with the hardware. Okay, just a little bit of world building there. Anything else? Nothing else. Interesting. More mail from Balmung. Balmung is learning that he can think about other people. Congratulations, Balmung. It's an important lesson for all of us. No new board posts. So we have absolutely nothing right now. No objectives that we can pursue whatsoever. This is a very interesting state to be in. We're like just grasping at straws, like trying to make something happen. Let's go to Sigma server. And Mia pops out. No. Delta server. Back to the coziest one of them all. No. Back to Lambda. The Delta server Root Town song has got to be like a top 10 PS2 track of all time. Oh! Elk!
I can't get in touch with Mia at all. Have you seen her?
No.
I haven't either.
We promised to meet. I'll look a little more later.
Okay, bye. Well, something happened. Okay. Oh, there's the mail. I didn't write an A this time. At Lambda Town. Elk is looking for Mia. He can't hail her and asks if we've seen her. Okay, let's try to give her a call. Sure we can't. Nope. Okay. Let's check that mail. See, this game state probably annoys a lot of people, where they're like, just tell me what to do. And usually that's me. Usually that's me. Like, I'm usually demanding that the game tell me exactly what to do at all times. But because this game has such a limited amount of places where you can look for the thing to do, I actually enjoy it. If I was in this like massive world and the flag could be anywhere, I would be so mad. I would hate it. I would despise it. But if it's just like this, it's like, okay, log out, check mail, check the board, go to the root towns, goof around, something's gonna happen. Like, I don't mind it. Okay, we got a message from Wise Man. This is probably what we were waiting for. Reports from Leos and Helba. There's been a new victim. Judging from the activity in our cover-up unit, this seems to be the real thing. Whoa. In Sigma server, the data volume in Chatting Snaring Twins is increasing. There are no other significant increases, so we should hit this area first. As you can read in the report, Chatting Snaring Twins seems to be it. I suggest we execute our plan. Operation Breakwater. Assemble at Netslum. That is all. Okay. So here's our story pylon. Couple things. According to Leos, there is a new victim. Presumed player in coma. But that's a little bit non-specific. Also, the phrase, from the activity in our cover-up unit. The CC Corp has like a corporate cover-up department. Can you imagine? Oh, so what do you do there? I'm head of the cover-up department. Yeah, I kind of figure out how to sweep everything under the rug that we do that's really bad, so that people don't know about it. Like, what would your fake public-facing job title be that you would tell your family and friends? Because it wouldn't be that. You know, you'd be like, oh, I'm the head of cybersecurity, or oh, I'm the PR custodian. Okay, back to writing. Helba gives us a target location where data is increasing. There's that choice of words again. That we believe that to be the mark of the cursed wave, or the virus, whatever you want to call it. Gives us a target location where the data is increasing, and Wise Man tells us to meet in Netslum before heading there. And let's write down this location. Sigma chatting. Somewhat of a Sigma chatter myself. Snaring Twins. And we'll call this Operation Breakwater. That might be a significant referential name, but I don't know. And what is Black Rose saying? You read Wise Man's mail, right? You better take me along on your next mission. Cute. Of course we are. Any board? No board. Log in. Alright, flip over to Sigma. And party up. We'll be boring, we'll do our same party that we always do for story missions. Wait. What do you mean? You're not answering my call? You specifically emailed me to tell you to bring you along. Okay, maybe we're just locked out from doing anything until we go to Net Slum. Let me save real quick. I wish my fancy new weapon looked cooler, but I love what they do. Alright, save slot for... pre-Net Slum. I'm assuming I'll get to come back here to like party up and restock items and whatnot before actually going. So I'm not going to bother doing any of that now. We'll go get briefed. Go put our undies on. Oh wait, Net Slum is in Lambda, huh? That's right. I wonder what would happen if I tried to go to Chatting Snaring Twins right now. Probably nothing. Kite's a rule follower. He'd be like, I should talk to Wise Man first.
This is it.
Be on guard.
Let's make sure we're prepared before we begin.
Oh, his sword looks sick. I hadn't looked at it yet. That's the new one we just gave him.
There is nothing to worry about. You can do it.
Well then.
Come on.
Go on.
Yes.
We can't get started until you say it.
This operation is to find the clue to restore the world and to help the comatose victims. It's my understanding that Wiseman named the operation in hopes that, like the jetties on the beach, we can nullify the powerful force of a wave by working together. Everyone, please lend me your hands.
Operation Jetty would have been a little more clear to me.
I would like to see Orca again as well. We gathered here for the same purpose.
Oh, Wise Man knows
the
Orca.
holder
That's
of
cool.
the bracelet shall commence the operation.
Show us what you got.
May the grace of the Twilight Dragon be with us.
Twilight Dragon?
Commence Operation Breakwater.
Operation Breakwater.
Yes, sir.
It's cute that
That
they're
was
like
good.
forcing us into the leadership role.
I'm ready.
And we're like the only shy character.
I'm counting on you.
Leave the quarantine to me. You just focus on the fight.
This kind of feels like endgamey, but I feel like it can't be. Like, I know these are pretty short, but unless like Mia and Elk show up during this mission and are like part of the events, I don't think this is like the final event. But I could be wrong. My rough guesstimate in my head was that these like like Volume 3 and Volume 4, we're going to be probably like a dozen to 15 streams each. And today's only 8. Alright, let me see if I can party up now. There we go. So she couldn't answer my call because she was in Netslum. Fair enough.
I'll handle it.
I don't think I need to restock any items. I got a bunch of bogus scrolls that I don't need. I guess I do have some of this stuff I could get rid of. Yeah, let me go put this Levitain in the storage, and then I'll sell the other ones. The Levitain is nice to have for, like, selling later or giving to a character if they don't have anything good. Because it is a good sword. It's also very cool looking. But these other ones are junk. These are the ones we picked up in that dungeon that we unnecessarily repeated. Lincoln Green is a wild name. It sounds so collegiate. We probably won't see a spring in this level, so I probably don't need to bring these daggers with me, but I'm doing it anyways. Or wait. No, yeah. Okay. Let's save again. This will be slot 5 for the heck of it. I guess I might be biting off more than I can chew here. We've got like 15 minutes of stream left, which is not enough time to do a dungeon, but if it's just a boss fight, maybe. We'll call this Breakwater Prep. Let's go see. Let us be off. Battle level 69. Nice. So we are at the expected level for the game. We're all at 68, I believe. No hack required. No cutscene. Wonderful nighttime sounds. How crowded is this field? Pretty crowded. What kind of enemies we got? Okay, these guys are kind of a palette swap of one that we've been pretty annoyed by before. But look at that beautiful death. Look at that beautiful death status. Oh, that's incredible. That is so satisfying. Alright, let's get our buffs on. It almost feels like we should have had to work harder for these amazing daggers. But I guess we kind of did. It wasn't like a super hard dungeon, but it was challenging. And it would be nice to, you know, have our cake and eat it too, in the sense that we could have AppCorv and the amazing death poke. But if we have to choose one or the other, death is definitely worth it. Until we run into magic tolerance, or physical tolerance. Okay, I gotta make sure I don't die though. But it seems like we're getting it on like pretty much every single enemy, which is just amazing. Oh, I didn't realize you were you. It's our new friend here. No, don't use... Terrible misclick. I'm trying to get them to use skills, not magic, just to try to stop him from moving. These things are an absolute menace on the field. I guess even if the spell does no damage, as long as it freezes him in place, it's helpful. Did he just die to Black Rose killing him? He has 60 HP. Oh my god, we got so lucky. Okay. Stop that. Alright, somebody just hit level 69. Congratulations. Best level you'll ever hit. Okay, and you can stop doing the healing now. We're good. That's a big old boy right there. Oh, these guys do charm, that's right. Oh, that's so great. 3,500 damage. That's a powerful spell. Holy moly. Wow, death is so good. So good. Sorry that we have no field music and flashy static. God, that is awful. That is just awful. Charm. Oh, they got me. Quickly heal Balmung so we don't have to do his buffs too. I love that this guy's name is just Stare. That's just like the word stand, like we talked about the other day. Where like I just see the emotes when I read that word. Oh, I need to do buffs. But I have no SP. Okay. Well, this will be a pretty annoying field to clear. But we should probably try to do it. For the experience. And maybe we'll get some good items. He said as he encountered a chest. Fire Lion Hood. It's not better than what I'm wearing, but it's a pretty good item. We'll definitely give that to somebody. These nighttime noises are very Majora's Mask. Oh, I hate these guys. Yes, we got a death. Huge. God, they're so strong. They're so cheap. Get rid of him. Thank you. Okay, now we're down to one. Nice. Got death again. Oh, that makes them so much more manageable. We're still getting really good experience from them. So that's fantastic. 70 EXP is great. Death right off the bat. Amazing. It's great to get right at the beginning too. Like, mobs are the worst, so if we can like immediately eliminate one enemy in a group of 3, that's so much more useful than, like, instantly eliminating the last of the group of 3. Because it's so easy to get overwhelmed if you're surrounded. Well, I'm not even going to have time to clear this field. But we're still getting some experience. So when we pick this up tomorrow... Oh, no, don't use magic. I said skills. Don't you guys know the difference? Oh, God. What is that attack? You've never done that before. That just did like 2,000 damage to me. Was that both of them at the same time, or is it just that strong? Good gracious. When we pick this up tomorrow, we'll be coming right back to this area without delay, other than the recap. And we won't clear this field. I'll just go right in. This way, at least we have kind of like a sense of what enemies we're going to run into. Because the inside is pretty much always the same as the field. The carpet matches the drapes. But let me go ahead and click this snooze here before we get bamboozled. Snoozle before we bamboozle. That's a risky treasure. Glad I checked. Couldn't really see. It's dark. A resurrect. Wow. Incredible item. Alright, let's go ahead and just gate out here and we'll save. So a little bit of scouting. Nothing lost. Nothing that we truly have to redo. I'll just beeline for the dungeon when we come back tomorrow. I won't bother clearing the field. And I'll just save again in slot 5 here. There's no reason not to. Alright, so that's where I leave you for today. I'll be back with another full stream of this tomorrow. Same time, 3 Central to 8 Central. But it won't be the last stream of the week, because we're also streaming on Sunday. You all unlocked a bonus stream on Sunday. So the lady will join me at noon Central on Sunday for some point-and-click coziness. It's our first playthrough of Locomotive, a comedic murder mystery on a train that came out last year. So it has this awesome modern polish, but it looks like something that LucasArts made in the 90s. So it's very cozy, very charming, fully voiced. We had a great time with it. It's only our second time playing it, so we're very excited for that. You have until the end of that bonus stream on Sunday to vote for the new Tuesday game. So if you're in the Discord, make sure you've done that. We've got 3 really cool options on there. We didn't finish Pokemon Coliseum this week, and we may finish it next week, but we're proactively choosing the next game. So time is running out, even though we're not done with our current Tuesday game yet. Let's find someone to raid. Thank you all for being here today. This was fun. We had some silly, fun chats today, on top of making some progress in the game, which is always great. Thank you, Twitch Mobile, for recommending me and on my own channel. Thank you so much for making sure that I know that I'm live. Where can we go tonight? We've got some options. Yes, and we got to level 69. True, very important. I'm torn between two. Let's raid Space. Space just went live. Space Robot Arm. Oh, I'm just kidding. He's been live for like an hour. My phone just notified me. Space Robot Arm is a very good Twitch friend of mine. We have a lot of cool chats on Discord. We talk about child rearing sometimes, in addition to gaming and technology. We have a lot in common. So we're gonna go over there and say hello. I'm gonna hit this button. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. Space is playing the OG Ninja Gaiden. Space Robot Arm has a very cool setup. He plays on a CRT like me, except he has his camera actually pointed at his PVM, and that's what his stream is. So it's not like a JPEG PNG cutout of like the frame of a CRT like some people do, which is also cool for vibes. It's actually just a camera pointed at his TV, which is cool because some people think that it's like a picture, and he's like, no, and he like sticks his hand in front of it. It looks great. It's awesome. It's a great setup. Something that he wanted to do for a long time and recently was able to achieve. Super stoked for him. So we'll go over there, see how Ninja Gaiden's going. Cheer him on. It's a hard game. Not something I would ever attempt. See you tomorrow for more .hack. Locomotive on Sunday. Possibly the conclusion of Pokemon Coliseum on Tuesday. Fun stuff. Vote in the Discord. See you later.